smart, amazing guy, and you've put up a lot of my crap. And he's the number one, not just podcaster, but talk show host in the world. Joe Rogan, my fellow Texan.
Alex Jones, thanks for having me.
It is good to be here. How surreal is it that we're both here in Central Texas?
It's a little surreal for me, but I've liked this place for so long. I really loved Texas for so long. And I always was attached to LA because of the Comedy Store and because of business and just doing stand-up there and podcasts there. But once they locked everything down, this was the logical place for me to move. And for me, it felt like I had a nice excuse to move here. And just like I'd thought about moving here for a long time, but it didn't seem feasible. And then as soon as the lockdowns happened and then the riots and the looting, and I was like, I got to get the fuck out of LA. And this seemed like the best place. And we visited here a couple of times and everybody was so friendly. And it was so much more open than LA in terms of like being able to go to restaurants. You could go places. People they took precautions. They wore masks, but things stayed open. It was just a different feel here. And there was so much paranoia and fear. And I had known so many people who had already caught COVID. And I was like, this paranoia and fear doesn't really match what the impact of the virus on most people, right? I mean, statistically, right? So I
just remember you like 15 years ago at the Cap City Comedy Club saying, I love Texas. I'm thinking about moving here. I mean, that's in a lot of your comedy specials. You talk about your love of Texas.
Dude, I love the shit out of this place. It's what the rest of the world thinks about America. Well, the rest of the world thinks America is a bunch of people with guns who eat barbecue all day and just get wild. That is what Texas is. And what I like about Austin, it's a nice balance between like hippies and the rest of Texas. You know,
it is.
I think that's important, man. That's me in a lot of ways. I'm like more of I have a lot of hippie in me, you know, even though I don't look like I should. I have a lot of like love.
Yeah, you look like a Roman centurion, but you got the little hippie spirit.
I got a lot of hippie in me. I mean, my parents were hippies, you know, and I just have always felt like you could have both. Like you could be a person who's disciplined, who gets their shit done, who's a man who works hard, who doesn't make excuses. And you could also be kind and generous and loving to people. Like both those, they're not mutually exclusive. So that's why I think like someone said once, a friend of mine said that I'm the bridge between the meatheads and the potheads. And I like to look at it that way.
Well, that was kind of my next angle and my next question. I mean, you've been doing podcasting over 10 years, right?
It's 2009. So it's almost 11 years. It'll be 11 years in December.
And it was big right away. I mean, you've been big right away. You've probably been.
No. It wasn't big at all in the beginning. Like literally no one was watching. It's part of the Comedy Store.
Joe, we were watching. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, there was like a couple of thousand people watching. Like part of the Comedy Store documentary was my friend Tom Segura making fun of the fact that when he was on the early days, he would come over to my house and we'd do this thing for a couple hours and like 2,000 people would watch. He'd be like,
you remember being in Houston about 9 years ago and I said, just keep doing it though?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It just gets bigger the longer you do it.
That's how I've always done everything. If I start doing something and it seems like, oh, I can get better at this. Like this is.
So you enjoyed it. That's why you did it.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well, you've definitely become a master at it. Let's go back to that. That was my first question. How did you develop your worth ethic and drive? Because
this is some great tobacco.
Absolutely. I'll take a puff. Well, that'd be gay if I smoked your tobacco.
You can try to smoke my tobacco.
Some of your tobacco?
Have some of my tobacco.
Ooh, that's good tobacco. Here you go. Thank you.
My goodness, they grow it well here.
You know, that Ping Trip thing that Tim Dillon put out went pretty viral where you asked me if I'm gay.
Shout out to Ping Trip. That gentleman's very talented. He does a lot of great work. He takes clips.
I had a lady walk up to me in a grocery store the other day and say, "Are you gay?" She goes, Joe Rogan.
That's hilarious. That guy's done a lot of those with a bunch of different people. He's very talented.
Your new studio is like an alien spaceship. Like aliens figured this out or something.
But hold please. But hold please. You're drunk.
Yeah. Joe, what I want to do is talk to you right now. I want to just say, I love you. Look. I need you. Let me break down.
Are you okay?
Let me just tell you.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm biologically a girl.
No, is that true?
Yep.
Come on.
Yep.
How do we know?
Joe, I swear to God, I want to have sex with you.
I think you should settle down.
There's nothing I want to do more than that.
Let's not go down that road.
So sexy.
This is when it gets good.
That seems crazy.
I want to give you the big enchilada. My big enchilada.
Don't give me one of those. You keep that shit away from me, motherfucker.
No. Let's go right now.
No.
I'll get on my knees right now.
Stop. You blew me.
I'm really good at it.
He's great.
Oh my God.
What's the goal?
Gay orgy.
This is my version of a Make-A-Wish kid going to Disney World.
I mean, it's a big gay hookup deal.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I can't.
Just have some.
No, I can't. I can't.
B fucking S.
Okay, hold on. Settle down.
All right.
Okay.
Now I'm pissed.
I cannot.
Give up your body or I will kill everybody.
You're going up against forces that are way too powerful. You don't even know what you're knocking on here.
Joe, I'm true Illuminati.
If you go against these people, you find you're dead.
This is why you get banned from the internet.
Shut up, I'll kill you.
There's a lot of issues. So
Shut up, this is a very important ritual. Joe, I'm gonna tear you up. You're gonna get hammered. I'm in charge, bend over.
I'm getting hammered.
Yeah!
Well, you could be molested by worse people. Very talented, very funny. Those videos are hilarious too.
So is Tim Dillon.
Oh, Tim Dillon's a genius. He's
by the way, he was pretty big before but you kind of put him on the radar.
Well, I met him. I got in contact with him because he wrote something really poignant on Instagram once about comedy and about stand-up. And I read it. And I was like, wow, this guy loves stand-up. He really loves stand-up. And I contacted him on Instagram. And we went back and forth. And then I met him at the Comedy Store. And we did some podcasts together. We did a lot of shows together. We had a lot of fun together. And
he's more of a guy that isn't liberal or conservative, more common sense and funny, street smart, really gets it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's a gay guy who kind of leans a little right, but he's very open-minded, obviously. And he's also like very intelligent. And really one of the things about the podcast that you and I did recently, which was great, was like he knew all the crazy shit that you were talking about. He was well aware of it and could bring up dates and understand who the players were and what the conspiracy is and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, he's freaked me out with the time you introduced me to him a year or so ago when he came in studio, how much he listens. But he also researched everything I was saying and was blown away that most of it was accurate.
He's a super smart guy. So one of the things that I like to do as a person that has a show that a lot of people listen and watch is I like to introduce people, like talented people. I want to give them a boost. When I see a guy like that, he's also wild, right? Like that guy, he's not going to get sanctioned by NBC or CBS. He's too wild. Like the shit he says is crazy. Like his Meghan McCain impression.
I love it.
Is amazing. It's amazing. And I think Meghan McCain's a nice person. It's not.
But it's okay to make fun of someone.
It's not even making fun. He's doing a character that is not Meghan McCain. It's Meghan McCain, but it's clearly a psychotic, over the top.
Yeah.
Like a coked up Meghan McCain. It's not really her. So it's funny.
Absolutely.
But my point is,
but she's a public figure, so she's fair game.
As are you, as am I.
Well, see, that's how people have really embraced me because I love being made fun of.
Yes.
I don't get folks that don't like it. I love it.
No, you get a kick out of it. But I think that like for a guy like Tim Dillon, he needs someone like you or someone like me or other people that aren't scared of the blowback to give them to give them a boost.
Well, you've certainly done that. Everybody, and again, he's exploding. So what is it like? When did you realize that you were in the zeitgeist? Because you were already in the zeitgeist of hit TV shows and UFC and big movies and national champion Taekwondo. I mean, you've had success since day one. You had to fight hard for it. But when did you realize, oh my God, I'm like a real superstar, not of some just empty movie or an empty actor that reads off a teleprompter or a script? You get to be your own self and be the biggest. That's very rare.
The tobacco's kicking in. I don't know if I ever realized it. I'm not sure if I still realize it.
Come on, you got it. Like what? Because I mean, I'm pretty super famous too.
One of the reasons why I like pot is it makes me think about much more interesting things than whether or not I'm famous. Much more.
No, but I'm not being vapid
no, I know you're
or
not.
shallow.
I know you're not.
I'm saying, what's it like to have all that power?
I don't.
Because the politicians would kill for it. It's why the governor invited you over there the other day.
Well, that's why I don't think of it.
No, I agree.
I think it's one of those things like fame at all is very intoxicating, and it's a weird drug that most people don't have a good tolerance for.
I totally agree with you.
And I think the best way to handle it is to be immune to it as much as humanly possible. No one's ever going to be totally immune to it, but try to be as immune to it as possible. Try to never think about it. Try to treat everybody like they're the same, whether it's people that you're friends with, people that you're just meeting, people that you work with, as much as you can.
And by the way, I'm not kissing your ass. I know you for 20 plus years, got to hang out for like 20. You bought me great tickets, UFC. We've hung out. You are so nice to the waiter. I'm like, dude, I want a $300 tip. And like to the limo driver, I want a $500 tip. Like, I mean, you're known as like on the DL as treating people the best.
I appreciate that more than anything. I like to be nice. I think you have an opportunity. Like if you're giving someone a tip, you got an opportunity to make them feel great. And it doesn't make you feel bad at all. It doesn't, like, if I give someone a $500 tip, it doesn't make me feel bad, but it makes them feel great. It's like a free great. Like we all get a good feeling. They get a good feeling out of it. I get a good feeling out of it. You know, it's just, I like it.
Sure.
You know?
Well, I'm going to meet a couple of something before we get into the hardcore issues here with you tonight. We appreciate you being here, Joe. And that's that. I've kind of gotten whacked out under all the pressure, all the attacks. The opposite
We've been over this so many times.
The opposite of fame, though, it's like being the villain is you almost start becoming the villain. But I just want to say the way you helped me, high road, that was a big help.
Well, we just needed to talk. You know, you and I have been friends for a long time, and I think it's just it's really a microcosm of what is happening online with people, because they're not talking to each other. You know, they're talking through text messages, or they're talking through tweets, or they're talking through YouTube videos. Like the only way to really talk to people, and I think this is one of the reasons why podcasts have become so popular. The only way to really talk to someone and find out what the fuck is going on is you have to just sit down with you and them in a room and talk. And there's so many people that aren't doing that. And they're having disputes that I don't really necessarily think they would have if they talked to each other in the same room.
Well, studies show that people will be mean on email but not in person. And they're even showing Zoom and things and FaceTime aren't as good. It needs to be that personal thing.
Yeah, well, it's terrible for kids. I'm very concerned with children of this generation that are really, really young. Like think about kids that are 2 and 3, where your personality is shaped. And then all of a sudden your parents are in a panic.
That's on my list.
You have to wear a mask.
I want your view on this.
Are we on a schedule?
No, I want to get to all this. No, we're not. But it's crazy you bring this up. So talk about screen time. Talk about the crisis of dehumanization, us being taken out of the environment. What are we becoming?
Well, it sucks. You know, it sucks for kids. I'm genuinely concerned for kids. I understand the concern in terms of protecting people from the disease. And I understand entirely how, look, if kids get it, then they give it to their parents. I understand. I'm not, this is not a judgment on whether or not they should have locked kids out of school. I'm not qualified to make that distinction or decision rather, but it is a discussion of like what it's like to be a child. Like there's a gentleman that I met recently, and he had a young daughter, and his daughter was maybe a year and a half old, and he's holding her in his arms. And I go, hello, like I'm talking, and he goes, she is uncomfortable meeting people because she didn't meet anybody for the first 8 months of her life. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy. I never thought of that way. All that baby ever saw was its home, the people in the home. Like everyone was afraid of the disease.
It's like a pod person.
Well, it's like a kid growing up in an unfair environment. Like it's unfair for the little kid. Obviously, I get it. I understand the precautions had to be put in place. I understand why it happened. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, imagine being a baby. Like they say there's a certain time period, like Gabor Mate was talking about this when he was talking about addictions and trauma and the way your personality develops. That a lot of children's, he was on London Real, this podcast on YouTube, and he was saying that a lot of children, their personality really is developed by the time they're 3 years old.
That's right.
So imagine if you're 2 years old and then for the next 8 months, all you're experiencing is people with masks on and everyone's afraid. Everyone's afraid to go outside.
Well, as you know, in MK Ultra, when they tortured thousands of children as declassified, they would wear a mask for years with the children. They would never see a human face.
Oof.
And so, Joe, you're being nice kind of from the lawyer angle, saying you're a lawyer. I'm saying the lawyers say, if we can save one person, we've got to do X, Y, Z. But if it causes more cancer death, more heart attacks that aren't treated, if it causes more suicide, if it causes the birth rate to go down by half this year of what it used to be, and if it starves millions to death in the third world from the lockdown, not from COVID, but the lockdown hysteria, Well, then we learn what the Great Reset is, and this is really a depopulation hysteria weapon.
Well, I think for sure we have to recognize that in the beginning, everybody thought it was going to be way worse than it is, and there's no way anybody could have known.
They said 4% death rates.
But in the beginning, you're getting bad information from China, right? You're not getting the actual truth of the numbers or how they're doing it. I can remember watching a truck drive down a city street in China, and they were spraying disinfectant out the side of the truck.
Very apocalyptic.
Very apocalyptic. And most people like myself that don't know jack shit about virology are sitting at home looking at that going, oh my God,
what the fuck? It's the end of the world.
We're all going to die. Like, what the fuck is going to happen? And then as time went on and more people that we knew got it and recovered from it, and then the numbers came in, they realized, okay, this is not as bad as they thought it was going to be, but it's still bad for people that have issues, right? For people with comorbidities. And then it became, would we have done this lockdown had we known it was going to be what it was versus what it was when we initially thought it was going to be? We initially thought it was going to kill 10% of the population.
But now the population.
But understand that a lot of these conspiracies that people fabricate or put together, I should say, construct after the fact, is trying to figure out how we got to where we got, thinking that there was some grand plan. And this is my number one problem with conspiracy theories, is that they're looking at it after it's done, not recognizing or being honest about the absolute confusion that encompasses, that it encases all chaotic events.
No, I agree. A lot of people go to conspiracy because they know the media lies to them or doesn't know what's happening, so they construct their own reality. But I did talk to you in March and April, and I did talk about Wuhan and Fauci and Gates, and said that the lockdown would never end and that they would never want to take the mask off, because whether they did it or whether it was released, they're saying they want the Great Reset to collapse the world economy to bring in a world government. And I can show you the clips and the
right. But who is they? When you say they,
Klaus Schwab of the Davos Group, Bill Gates of Microsoft.
Why does Bill Gates want the world to be one government? Why does he? Why would
Bill Gates is on record wanting a global medical system, and he's been thrown out of 22 countries. We're trying to take their medical systems over.
Really?
Absolutely.
22 countries?
Yeah, he's been thrown out.
Like, I don't know if that's true or not true, but
well, remember I was on your show.
Yes,
I talked about his vaccine's the main cause of polio, and I pulled up Associated Press.
Well, was that his vaccine that did that? That polio vaccine?
To the UN, yeah.
What's that? Issues, right? For people with comorbidities. And then it became qualified to make that distinction or decision, rather. But it is a discussion of like what it's like to be a child.
Hey guys, just wanted to pop in real quick. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I just wanted to just let you guys know that I just think that these two get it together are great. They've had some great podcasts on Rogan's show, but this one's banned everywhere. I don't know what's going to happen by me playing this, but there's a couple things I don't necessarily agree with, kind of like what they're talking about now. Rogan sitting there acting like, Gates isn't this evil guy and he really thinks. I mean, there's things I don't agree with, trust me. I was actually really surprised by that because I've heard him say the total opposite before. So it kind of worries me because he's not free like he used to be. He's getting paid by Spotify. But in this interview, you'll see that he does kind of let loose and is the old Rogan. Because he's not, under Spotify's contract. This is on a banned video on Rogan's. On Jones's thing, Jones's website. But it's banned. I don't know what's going to happen by me playing it, but it's good, the two of them together. All right, guys. Anyway, I just want you to know it's the Red Pill Dispensary. Red Pill. All right, back to it.
He did say that.
The side effects for the Moderna vaccine sound concerning. We looked. After the second dose, at least 80% of participants experienced a systemic side effect, ranging from severe chills to fevers. So, are these vaccines safe?
Well, the FDA, not being pressured, will look hard at that. The FDA is the gold standard of regulators, and their current guidance on this, if they stick with that, is very, very appropriate. And you know, the side effects were not super severe. That is, it didn't cause permanent health problems for the things there. Moderna did have to go with a fairly high dose, and so to get the antibodies. Some of the other vaccines are able to go with lower doses to get responses that are pretty high, including the J&J and the Pfizer. And so there's a lot of characteristics of these vaccines. It's great that we have multiple of them that are
Bill,
going out there. And yes, I think
you know the data
US
better than I do.
government-
But the data showed that everybody with a high dose had a side effect.
Yeah, but some of that is not dramatic, where it's just super painful. But yes, we need to make sure there's not severe side effects. The FDA, I think, will do a good job of that, despite the pressure. Here, we clearly need a vaccine that works in the upper age range, because they're most at risk of that. And doing that so that you amp it up so it works in older people, and yet you don't have side effects. If we have 1 in 10,000 side effects, that's way more, 700,000 people who will suffer from that. So really understanding the safety at gigantic scale across all age ranges, pregnant, male, female, undernourished, existing comorbidities, it's very, very hard. And that actual decision of, okay, let's go and give this vaccine to the entire world, governments will have to be involved, because there will be some risk and indemnification needed before that can be decided on.
He said they got sick for a couple of days.
80%.
And that's 80%. And that is exactly what you said on the show. And there's a middle ground to be had here. And this is what's really important. There's people that dismiss all conspiracy theories as being nonsense. And then there's people that think that anything that happens is a part of a conspiracy.
They think everything's fake.
Yes.
And I agree. I believe dinosaurs are real. I believe there's a space program, but I also love Eddie Bravo and his questioning. So I understand, but I'm saying is I'm different in that when I get into issues, when I'm being serious,
Yes.
you can differ on my interpretation, but if I'm saying I've got a clip or I've got something, I've got it.
Well, that's why I wanted to clarify that on the podcast really clearly. And I think we accomplished
You did a great
that.
job. By the way, I felt terrible that night. You pat him on the back. You said, this will be the best one. You just got proven right. I'm surprised. Almost everything you said was accurate. I thought a few things would be a mistake. And you were damn right. My buddy Pat Riley was there, and he said, that was your best podcast with Joe ever. I went home depressed.
Well, you were
Everybody
just
loved
bummed.
it.
You were bummed out because I was doing Sober October, so I couldn't drink, and then you drank. Like, if you're ever drunk and you're around a bunch of sober people, you feel like a fucking loser.
I'm like, have a drink, Tim. I don't drink. Yeah.
I couldn't drink for that month. I made
Also,
a
I got the tooth pulled the next day.
Oh,
my God. It was one of my.
you were in agony.
I was in agony. So,
yeah. Toothaches are that.
They say it like decreases your strength. Like a friend of mine had an.
Hey, and by the way, I just wanted to say, so like I said, there's a few things in here I don't agree with. I've kind of come around on Jones on some stuff. He's been pretty accurate on things, and there's some stuff that I also like. I don't like some of the stuff Rogan's saying in this. I thought it would be the other way around, but I don't know. But he does loosen up as he's drinking and smoking, and they're both drinking and smoking. But it's a really good show, but unfortunately it's banned. So I can't say I agree with all of it. He's trying to play down, calling things conspiracy theory. And I do agree. Some people, it's like all or nothing. They take things and they make them into conspiracy theories that aren't. that is true. That does happen, and it's always after the fact. Well, one thing you know on this show is our information ages very well and always has. You look back at old shows or things that we talk about, and then some people will be against it, but that information ages very well. Anyways, just again, this is the Red Pill News Dispensary. This will be the last time I interrupt, so I just wanted to just say that again and just make sure you guys understand that, because there's a few things that I'm listening, I'm like, maybe I should just let people know. I don't agree with necessarily all this, but regardless, it's really good and it gets better as it goes. All right, guys, I hope you enjoy. Hopefully no trouble comes with this, but whatever. All right.
An abscess, and he had to get his tooth pulled. And he was explaining to me, he tried working out with the abscess. He goes,
distracts you.
Well, it's not just distracts you, it literally weakens your body. Like, they've done weird studies with people with bite pressure, like that, like when you have like something in your mouth and you're clamping down. They actually invented, I don't know if it was valid, but they invented a mouthpiece a while back where it was raised in the back. So it would put it in your mouth, and the claim was, I don't know if this was debunked.
Oh wait, I'm learning something new.
The claim was that it boosted the amount of weight you could lift. So these guys would put these crazy mouthpieces in. They would do like deadlifts and shit. And
see, I didn't know that, but I
don't know if it's real though.
No, I'm sure.
I remember reading, but it might not be. I didn't. This was something that I read. I think like this is like pre-internet. This is early days.
But I think it puts you into the reptilian brain. I don't mean like David, like literally. We do have a brain that's very similar to crocodile brain, our lower brain, and chomping down. That's why people clench their teeth when they're fighting or whatever. It kind of engages the lower brain when you're biting on something.
Is that a real thing when they say your reptilian brain? I mean, I know it's a metaphor, but is it a real part of your brain that they can identify that also
yes,
exists?
Homo sapien sapien has one of the most complex brains other than a beluga whale, or dolphins have even bigger and more complex, more pieces. But I mean, if you go through, I think we've got like 7 pieces. They've got about 8 or 9, depending on the species of whale. And so we have, it's like multiple brains are developing. And if you look at the amount of brain scientists, I've had them on the show, but you've had them on, but the lower brain and the brainstem is basically identical to a crocodile brain. And that's where killing people's at, and be able to take bullet holes and keep fighting, or when a woman picks a car up off her kid.
Do they know that that's like literally the spot, and that it operates the same way a crocodile does, or
absolutely
it looks like it?
No, I mean it's very similar to one, and it operates just the same way. It's fight, it's flight, it's eat, it's fuck.
It's so weird. Humans are so weird,
and it's the lower brain driving everything. It's like, at the end of the day, it's the one like.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how the brain works, but I do know that there's parts of the brain that people reach, like in dark moments, if there's a physical altercation, or if someone they love is in danger, there's weird places that people reach. And a friend of mine, Steve Ranella, was on my podcast, and he and his whole crew had gotten attacked by a grizzly bear.
Wow.
A brown bear, I should say, because it was in Alaska, which there were
Kodiak.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't Kodiak. It was another island. That's
but it's the brown, the bigger one. They call it grizzly, and
Well, it's really kind of the same species. It's just the diet's different. The grizzly bear is an interior animal, and so that's an animal that's eating like elk and moose and deer. They're harder to catch, so you don't get as much. But the brown bear are living near salmon, and salmon literally die in the river. And these bears are eating massive quantities of salmon before they die, or excuse me, before they hibernate. So these are enormous.
Well, that's why Kodiak's bigger.
They're way bigger. Their diet's better. Their diet is filled with protein. They're just eating dead fish all day. They're catching fish, and then they're eating the dead ones.
Watch the videos. They just put their mouth out, and the fish like jump.
They just catch them and eat them. And each salmon's, they're dealing with like 20-pound salmon and shit. And they're eating these massive salmon, and they're just eating them all day long. But it's amazing. It's like nature has this weird way of figuring out how to keep something from overbreeding. There's so many salmon still. Imagine how many fucking salmon there would be if there was no bears. If there's no bears and there was no fishermen, there'd be so many salmon. It would be bonkers. There would be no stopping.
So it's that natural balance.
Yeah, there's a natural balance. But anyway, he got attacked by a brown bear. And in the moment, he said there was a place that his brain went to. It's like that. You could say it's the reptilian part of the brain, but it's like literally like the shock of the experience happening. puts your brain in a state that you weren't even aware your brain can go to. And maybe he didn't handle it the way he wished he handled it. He was talking about how he kind of felt frozen just because this thing literally was gnashing its teeth 18 inches from his head. It's running down this hill and gnashing its teeth like right here. An enormous 11-foot tall bear, roughly. Huge bear. It had tried to claim their elk. They had shot an elk. It was a Fognak Island. Which is
and I wanted them to know that elk's mine.
Yeah. So his explaining of that moment was like the best that anybody's ever explained to me about what that part of the brain is capable of doing, that it goes to some weird place.
Absolutely. Joe Rogan is here with us in studio in Austin, Texas. You're watching on the internet at band.video and Infowars.com because YouTube has said I can do interviews on other shows, but I am not allowed to be on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, anywhere else. But we are here at band.video and Infowars.com, still fighting and getting the word out. Joe Rogan's here with us. Now, let me do this. Let me do this because you've given me a lot of great UFC tickets, been really nice to me for 20 plus years, and I've never really gotten you anything. And I've seen people give you gifts on the show, usually some PR thing that they're selling. I don't own any stock in this. It's a great rifle. I really enjoy it. And so this is something where you can go get 4 or 5 grizzly bears. 6
That's so Texas.
grizzly bears at the same time.
What are these rounds?
Guys, bring the rifle in here. So this is your gift, along with that box of cigars.
Thank you very much.
Now, this is my rifle, and it became my favorite gun the last year.
Oh, no.
Now you shoot bullseye at 400 yards all day long.
Is this a setup? Are you trying to give me a rifle you whack somebody with?
No.
I'm going to find it
But we
in my
do have
garage.
a form later just to sign over that it's yours. Bring it in here. So, and let's bring some of the magazines. Thank you, Tim. There you go. It's all yours, Joe.
That looks like a real problem to have.
This is the Petra 300 Win Mag. Best materials made in Montana, 0 compromises. They're not a sponsor. Wow. I bought this gun about a year ago, and it holds like 10 rounds, and you can shoot 400 yards bullseye all day long with this baby.
That's so Texas.
It's all yours now,
Thank
buddy.
you very much. Appreciate it.
Here's a bunch
Thanks.
of, check it out. And I'm telling you, this is the gun you want to take with you. 'Cause I know you hunt elk and stuff. So,
well, I generally use a bow and arrow.
I know. I bow hunt too, but
I hear
elk hunt with a bow and arrow, huh?
I think I made a decision recently to stop buying domestic pork.
There's so much
very rarely, especially here. I'm like, while I'm here, like they want you to kill the pigs.
I've got a little farm just outside Austin that has over 50 pigs every night on the deer feeder. So if you get any of them you want, you can have.
It's a crazy place, like Texas, in regards to wild feral hogs. It's really wild. When you
Joe, pick up the rifle and try it out a little bit. I mean, don't shoot it.
Try it out.
You know what I mean? Just check it out.
Let's just put it away. I know what a rifle is. I got a bunch of them.
All right.
How Texas is this? Look at this. This is how America thinks of the world. They meet, they give each other a weapon.
That's right. We'll give you a weapon.
Is that
I brought
racist?
this to you, though.
Sorry.
For your defense of the First Amendment. I loved it when you had
Thank
the Twitter
you.
CEO on.
Well, the First Amendment is very important, as is the Second Amendment. It's amazing how those dudes who started this country hundreds of years ago, they figured out some just key patterns of behavior that human beings follow into, and they decided to try to protect them from those. They understood that there's going to be people that want you disarmed. It changes who you are. You know, it makes you more fearful. It makes you more reliant on the government. You know, and it doesn't mean you support mass shootings. It doesn't mean you support murder. It doesn't mean you support gang violence. That's not what it means. And they conflate those things together as if there could be no good in owning a firearm. There's a lot of people out there who are alive right now because they owned a firearm and they protected their loved ones. Even if people have done terrible things, and I agree they have, it doesn't discount the fact that people should be able to protect themselves and have protected themselves from.
So somebody's bad behavior,
right,
doesn't take away your rights. Just somebody else runs over somebody with a car.
It is a problem. It is a problem. But the solution is not a fucking giant eraser that gets rid of an amendment. That's not what it should be. The solution is figuring out how to stop people from ever getting to the position where they would want to kill people.
Well, it's always those weird incels that do it.
It's not always. Like sometimes it's people that are medicated. Sometimes it's people that have brain injuries.
It's usually kind of sometimes the black trench coat mafia.
Well, those fucking kids get tortured. You know, I couldn't imagine being like, I remember watching that movie. There was a documentary on Columbine, and I was watching those kids, and I was like, can you imagine getting to the point where you just wanted to go to school to kill everybody? It's a heinous thing to do. It's a horrible thing to do. But what the fuck happened to those kids?
Well, they were also both on
Yes.
Antipsychotics,
Yes.
which on the inserts after that they had to admit can cause you to not have the restraint you would have before. It gets rid of the governor.
Yes. It does something different to everybody's brain is also part of the problem. Like,
Yeah, for
it
most
might
people, it's
work
not
on-
bad, but for a
right.
few percentages, it's
Right. It
boosts
might-
their, yeah.
And I've had friends that get on SSRIs or antidepressants, and a lot of them, it's saved their lives. It's made them a better, happier person. They needed to get over a hump. They needed to find a way out of a real dark place that they were in. But they'll tell you, the doctors will tell you, like, we're going to try different medications on
It's an
you.
experiment.
They want to find out which one works. They know it's not exact in terms like, oh, you're Alex Jones, you got your DNA, we sequenced it. Now we know that you will interface absolutely 100% with this particular medication. But then they go to, but you, Joe Rogan, you have different DNA. We're going to need this one. They don't have it that dialed in yet, but they have it dialed in to a point where with some people, two of my very good friends changed their life and saved them.
Sure. It's just that in a lot of cases, they play down the side effects.
But some side effects, there's different people with different side effects, you know, and some people
and
are
mixing it
capable,
with things.
and cocaine. You know, there's a lot of people that say that mixing it with cocaine turns you psychotic. And
Or
Phil
if you
Hartman's
drink on,
wife,
say, Xanax, it's not,
it's terrible for you. And a lot of people do it. It's terrible for you. They say, don't drink on this. People are like, yeah, okay. And they drink on it. You know, there was a lady on an airplane. I remember where this came from, or where the flight was, rather. But there's a lady on an airplane. She was just like, as long as I got a Xanax and a glass of wine, I'm fine for this flight. She was already like a little tipsy. And she was just admitting she's going to drink alcohol and take Xanax on this plane. And everybody was laughing like, ha, 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 ha. Everybody thought it was funny. But for her, maybe it's a good combo. For me, maybe I'd be clawing at the pilot door saying, there's a man on the wing of this plane. It's different for everybody.
Absolutely.
The same with pot. You know, I've been more and more open over the last few years, especially to recognizing that pot's not always safe. And I don't think it's a good idea to tell everybody it's always safe.
Well, they made it so strong that it's definitely been connected to increases in schizophrenia. I have known
But
people.
I don't know if it's from the a potency perspective. I think maybe it's always happened, and we just didn't
Well, all
recognize
I
it
know
because
is
it wasn't
I know
legal.
2 people personally who were normal and started smoking a lot of pot and went crazy.
I do as well, including edibles. I know people.
2 of them worked here. One of them started thinking that everyone was reptiles. That's David Icke's thing. We weren't saying that. Okay.
That's
And
David Icke's thing.
And then another guy thought I killed his dad, who we've never met, that had like a heart attack in another state. And I mean, and that was all the marijuana. And then I learned later that they're off just completely nuts.
Yeah,
Like just
schizophrenia is
bonker
real,
town, man.
Schizophrenia is real, and marijuana-induced schizophrenia seems to be something that happens in a certain percentage of the people. Alex Berenson, former writer of the New York Times, who was on my podcast, had a debate about this with a doctor, Dr. Mike Hart from Canada, who's a cannabis doctor, prescribes cannabis to a lot of patients. And I was in agreement with him. I was like, he's not saying that pot is bad, but we can't just like be totally biased for
It's
pot.
nature. It's
You
perfect.
can't do it that way
Well,
because
so's heroin. Heroin's from nature.
so strychnine, right? So's a lot of the
So
toxic.
let me ask you this. Tell me about
substances.
your friends without saying names. What happened to them?
They went crazy. They thought that everybody's out to get them. They thought that the government's watching them. They thought like it's been more than 2. It's been one that came back, one that got really wacky, and then he came back and he just stopped smoking pot.
You know, marijuana's in the hallucinogen class. Sorry.
Well, the thing is, at the right dosages, under the right conditions, it's a hallucinogen. And anybody who doesn't think that it is needs to take an edible and get in an isolation tank. It becomes a very, very, very potent hallucinogen that's like akin to, at large doses, specifically of like edibles, it's like a lot of like hardcore psychedelics.
And by the way, you're taking us there. We're not on a schedule. It's my next thing. But you're saying it like you're psychic here. You've got a
fucking schedule, Alex. Why are you lying to me?
You've got a deprivation tank. What has been your experience? Because I mean, before you introduced Eddie Bravo, you didn't even smoke pot. You've never been a big drug guy. You're a fitness guy. What has been your experience with psychedelics, with DMT? There's a whole movement to legalize them. They're finding in studies with the mushrooms really good for PTSD. What's your view on those statements?
Yeah. I didn't smoke pot until I met Eddie, and I was 30 years old when I really started smoking pot. I'd maybe smoked a handful of times my whole life before that. But I think that they are like the same way we were talking about how antidepressants can really help some people. I think marijuana can really help some people. I think mushrooms can really help some people. I think a lot of these psychedelic compounds can really help some people. But I also think we have to be honest about the risks that people take when they dive into this pool, because I think there's a natural tendency from someone who's had good experiences like me. I've had all of my psychedelic experiences have been very positive. I haven't lost my mind. It's just made me nicer. That's the best way to describe what psychedelics have done for me. It's made me nicer and more understanding and more relaxed and more aware of my own stupidity and my own bullshit.
And by the way, you were always a nice guy, but you used to have a really bigger temper than mine, which is pretty big, and you used to be somewhat irritable. I've noticed over the years, is that age, or you've said it's the psychedelics?
Just being smarter. It's also like life, like experience, like realizing what makes you feel bad and like what happened, how did I lose my temper, why did I lose control, what can I do to stop that from ever happening again? Like it's just like recognizing patterns, recognizing what you're doing wrong, and being honest with yourself. But the psychedelic experiences are not the same for every person, and some people have a really hard time with regular reality, which is regular sober reality. It's challenging.
So it opens the gate to hell for them.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. I think that really is what happens for those people. There's a lot of people that they're already challenged, and we have to look at it the same way we look at liver cancer, or someone who's born with a bone disorder. Like it's not that person's fault that they have a brain that's susceptible to these distorted perceptions of reality. And there's some people that just have that. And I think for those people that are kind of struggling already, a big dose of a lot of different shit, whether it's THC or psilocybin or LSD, there's a lot of
It
stories.
magnifies the problems they've already got.
Exactly. So
it's kind of like whatever you bring to the table is what you get.
But ultimately, I think the real problem is there's not enough studies, and that we need more studies and more funding.
Exactly, because it's been kept illegal. There's no
Yes.
study.
Yes. Well, it's been on Schedule 1 since 1970. The sweeping Schedule 1 Psychedelic Act of 1970. It made DMT, THC was long ago. That was an early one, but it was psilocybin. There's so many different compounds. They missed a few though.
What was your favorite DMT trip? And I talk about interdimensional things. That's what the globalists believe in.
Have you ever had an interdimensional experience?
Well, I'm interviewing Joe Rogan today.
Have you? Why are we interviewing each other, man?
No, we're not. I just want to get all the cool stuff out.
Let's just talk.
Okay, I'll tell you. When you see stuff, it's like, oh, Joe Rogan saw the floating Buddha, or the Ganesh, and you're taking DMT. But then there's people that don't need to take it to see it.
Well, you can get it. Like your brain makes it.
Low oxygen.
Not just that. There's like Kundalini yoga. There's some weird practices that they think have specifically been designed. I should say some people think. There's a lot of Kundalini people that fight against this, but some people think they've been specifically designed to achieve altered states of consciousness because there's certain patterns that they follow.
Exactly. I don't want to make this about me, but I can actually shift into a psychic awareness.
A psychic awareness?
With a higher level.
How well do you think you'd do at rock, paper, scissors?
We can joke about that. Probably pretty good. But the point is that, no, but I know how to, let's just say, I wouldn't call it the exaggeration. It accelerated to the next power where they claim it's like astral projection or remote viewing.
Right.
But I can't control it. I've had a lot of dreams that come exactly true later. And I've called a lot of things. Like 2 months before 9/11, I said they're going to blow up the World Trade Center and blame it on bin Laden.
What?
People said, I had a dream about it. Kept having a recurring dream.
What?
Yeah.
Did you talk about this?
On air, yeah. There's videos of it,
No.
Yeah. So I can't really control it.
Holy shit.
Like I kept having this recurring dream of a guy in a pink and green striped sweater when I walk around the side of a building attacking me with like a club.
It's Bill Gates.
And
was he wearing one of those Mr. Rogers sweaters?
And we used to drive into town. I was like 15, but with older kids to get alcohol. You had to drive into downtown Dallas to get alcohol and weed. We go to like little crack houses, but we're buying weed at them. And then I was going around the side of one of these buildings, and it was a white crackhead, and he tried to attack me, and I'd had the exact dream a whole bunch of times and missed when he tried to club me in the head. So it was like my psychic understanding to get past that point happened like 2 months later. I kept having the dream of this guy, and I'm all of a sudden walking around the side of this house to buy some weed. I wasn't even a big weed guy, but we're driving out to get it for girls, and this guy tries to club me in the head, a crackhead, and it's the same guy from the dream.
Jesus Christ.
So you have those dreams.
So you've had two of those, two big ones. You've had a lot of them?
I've had other ones, yeah.
Really? Have you ever talked?
But usually
when you
they're
have
not-
them, do you start talking about them on the air?
Yeah, I do now, yeah.
And how many of them have come true after you brought them up?
Pretty much all of them.
The 9/11 one's insane. Do you have a video of this?
You know, I do.
It'd be good to play it right now if you have it. Like, we should insert it right.
We will.
Here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad that you could join us today for this Wednesday, July 25th, 2001 broadcast. Tyranny is enveloping the globe, and the United States is a shining jewel the globalists want to bring down, and they will use terrorism as the pretext to get it done. So that's coming up in the second half of the show. Very important information. I'm going to put the call out that you call the White House and tell them, look, we've seen the news stories that you've wanted to blow things up, that you have blown things up, and that you're saying that 4 million of us are going to die and we need martial law and the Associated Press at one of your little drills you had, and that we're aware of who the terrorists are if you pull this. This can stop this Hitlerian Reichstag event. Call the White House and tell them, we know the government's planning terrorism. We know Oklahoma City and World Trade Center was terrorism. We know the Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted to blow up airliners, Baltimore Sun. If you do it, we're going to blame you because we know who's up to it. Or if you let some terrorist group do it, like the World Trade Center, we know who to blame. And you could save the planet. I'm calling it Operation Expose the Government Terror.
Well, there was a 2-hour thing I did in July 25th, 2001, where I went ahead and went on air and said they're going to blow up the World Trade Center, blame on the CIA, asset bin Laden, and then launch all these wars. And I said, I just got this from analysis and information, but I kept having the dream of the towers smoking and all the rest of it.
This was after what was it, 90 what, when they blew up the World Trade Center
92.
the first time? 92. That was a big, because it wasn't a big tragedy. It was a tragedy, but it wasn't the biggest tragedy. Look at you. 2001. Look at you. You look like Bill Hicks.
Please don't add to that.
The fucking rumor.
By the way, go further. Exactly. That's the other end of craziness. Like, I'll cover real things.
Well, in all fairness, I didn't meet you until after Bill Hicks was dead. And I met Bill Hicks before I met you.
And in all fairness, you told me Bill Hicks wasn't that funny.
No, that's not me. That's Ari Shaffir.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ari Shaffir is the guy that has I think
Bill was really a good political analyst and was very poetic.
I would never say he's not that funny. He wasn't the funniest guy ever, but he might have been the most interesting ever because he was funny, but he was
knew him.
also no. I didn't know him. I met him.
Do I look? Am I Bill Hicks?
You're not Bill Hicks. You don't look anything like him.
No,
you don't look anything like him. He was. I would never say he's not funny, but what I would say he's not a guy that you would think of as only being funny. He tried to introduce really weird ideas into comedy. Like, he had a great bit. Why aren't there ever positive drug stories in the news? He goes, it's always terrible. It's always young man on acid thought he could fly and it jumped off a building to his death. And they were like, what a loss. And he was like, what a moron. He goes, if he really thought he could fly, why didn't he fucking take off from the ground? You know, and he was like, the world got a little lighter. We lost a moron. And he had this bit that was young man on acid realizes that all life is just energy condensed. Like, he said this I don't remember the exact way
we're going to play it.
You never see positive drug stories on the news, do you? Isn't that weird? Since most of the experiences I've had on drugs were real fucking positive. Who are these morons they're finding? That's what I want to know. I used to want to call the news. Come over to our house. Watch Tommy. He's a pig. Film him. He's been doing that for hours. He's killing us. You getting all that? You know what I mean? Always that same LSD story. You've all seen it. Young man on acid thought he could fly, jumped out of a building. What a tragedy. What a dick. Fuck him. He's an idiot. If he thought he could fly, why didn't he take off on the ground first? Check it out. You don't see ducks lined up to catch elevators to fly south. They fly from the ground, you moron. Quit ruining for everybody. He's a moron. He's dead. Good. We lost a moron. Fucking celebrate.
It's a brilliant bit, but it was a bit that wasn't just comedy. Yeah, it was funny. I mean, he was a funny comedian, but he also was a guy who had introduced these very unusual ideas into comedy that really weren't in comedy before. Like, esoteric ideas, psychedelic ideas, political ideas.
So what got you into comedy?
Oh, Alex, this is so forced. What got me into comedy?
It's not forced.
It is. You're asking me questions like we're doing an interview.
No, because I actually, but I can talk plenty. Look out. No, I did write these questions down.
Well, you don't
I did write these questions down.
You don't have to follow those.
If you were magically made ruler of the world,
oh Jesus,
what are 3 things you would do to change the world as it is? Alex Jones never does this. I'm being different.
I understand. What would 3 things do? See, first of all, I'm not qualified. I could barely keep my own shit together. I'm not qualified to be the ruler of anything.
How about this? Kill, fuck, or fight.
Oh, who? Would
Bill Gates.
Well, I don't want to kill him.
So you're gonna fuck him,
and I don't want to fight him. I don't want to hurt him. It'd probably be the most gentle if I fuck him. Right?
We double team Bill
to keep him alive. No, that's rude. That and then you're just making a mockery of it.
So you want a personal moment with Bill Gates?
I think,
you know I'm trying to feed the memes right now.
I know. I think Bill Gates is a guy who's worth a shitload of money that's trying to do a lot of good.
Oh yeah.
And I think that his idea of what a vaccine does that's positive outweighs what a vaccine does that's negative.
Well, let's talk about that right now.
That.
I was on your show.
I honestly believe that.
I was on your show a month ago.
Yeah.
Which again, I have your 2nd and 3rd largest podcast. Elon Musk is at the top. I want that top position.
Be careful. Kanye's hot on your heels.
Is he?
I don't know. I can't pay attention to that shit. It's not good for me.
Oh yeah. Well, I do. I think it's cool. You put this out on your Instagram. It's got 4,377,000 views. Let's go ahead and play.
Well, it's Bill Gates himself saying that the vaccine made 80% of the people ill, which is exactly what you said on the podcast. And people were complaining, and they were angry. They were trying to find something that you said that was wrong, right? Because we basically checked everything you said, and all of it proved to be accurate. So then we got to this part where you said 80% of the people that took the vaccine got sick. And people are like, he's spreading anti-vaccine conspiracy theories. So I said, okay, listen, here's the video. This is not me saying I wouldn't take the vaccine. I'm vaccinated. I've been vaccinated for polio and all sorts of shit, like most people that were born in 1967.
Sure, but they're jacking it in the 3rd world.
My point was, if it worked and it kept people from getting sick, I would take it. That doesn't mean that it doesn't make people sick.
Sure,
this is the problem. What you said was true. 80% of the people that took it got sick. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is what my point was. When I put that video up there, I'm like, you guys are wrong. You're looking at it the wrong way. You look at it like, oh, I hate Alex Jones. Whatever he says must be bullshit. And I'm saying, just listen. Just listen to what he says and then watch. When we pull up the video of the children in Sudan getting polio from the vaccine, like you saw it, and you see that horrified child taking that polio vaccine in their face, or the person's gripping their face. That's a terrifying photo, and it's real. It's 100%
right.
real.
And here's the difference. The corporate media would never have me on. They would never fact check it and find out it's true. They would say I was a liar, just like Snopes does. So what's weird is the media reports what's going on here, and then later says, oh, they'll like use me. I don't know how to explain it, to say Jones claims it instead of AP claims it. And then it's like, oh, it's discredited.
People get trapped into the messenger. They get trapped into the messenger instead of listening to the information. A fucking moron might have something important to say. You never know. When someone is an idiot, not you, but if someone's an idiot at most things and they come to you with one fact, someone could be a fucking liar.
Broken clocks are
all the time. Yeah. But then they come to you with one fact that they saw on TV and you're like, get the fuck out of here. That's where crying wolf comes from, right?
Absolutely.
Everybody knows that. But the reality is that if you look at every single thing you talked about on the podcast, whether it's, I got one of these right here.
This is a different one.
That's scary. That's bad for you. Everything that I looked at while we were doing that podcast turned out to be accurate, including the vaccine thing, including all the different things you talked about. We showed the Bohemian Grove footage. Anybody that thinks it's bullshit, it's right there. You can see it all. So the people that are mad at you for whatever you've said in the past, it's a very dangerous thing for all of us. And for the person who thinks this way, it's more dangerous for them, because they're denying reality to fit a narrative that they've created in their own head. The narrative they've created in their own head is you're never right, you're always wrong, And if you've been wrong once about something they find heinous.
And most of the time it's some media distortion. I didn't even say, but
well, even
enough
if it's
about
not,
me.
but even if it's not, if it's something accurate, if it's some shit that you said that you wish you didn't, they can look at everything else you said that's accurate and discount it because of one thing. That's bad for them because it gives them a distorted perception of reality.
They start labeling reality they won't look at.
They also have to enforce
blind.
They have to enforce it in their own head.
Explain that.
They have to pretend that they're right. So they can't see the good in people they disagree with. They can't see the good in there's classic examples, but like if Trump does something good and it turns out to be good for the economy, people find a reason why he doesn't get the credit for it.
Or Trump pulling troops out of countries.
Yes. Or whatever peace treaties that were achieved. Whenever there's a person that never wants to see the good and only wants to see the bad, you're ideologically driven. And you might think it's because your ideology is accurate. And it might be accurate, but the problem is you're married to it. You have a set of beliefs that you got to stick to.
That you then distort reality.
You can't reconsider because you're married to those ideas. So if those ideas fail, you fail.
All right, so let's get into this right now.
That's where the problem is, though.
Joe Biden. You early on said he's got dementia. He can't believe he can be president. This is insulting. Why isn't there a better candidate? Tulsi Gabbard, you had her on. I think she's great as well. I mean, for you, like Tim Pool was not a Republican or a Trump supporter. Now he supported Trump, which I thought had a lot of courage because not that Trump was that good. The other candidate was so fake and bad.
Tim might have done it for the jokes. Might have done it for the lulls.
Absolutely. But seriously, your view on Trump versus Biden, a Biden presidency, what the hell does that look like?
Listen, I voted for Joe Jorgensen. I voted for the Libertarian because I think we should probably, at least, I'm voting out of California. So I'm like, we should support third-party candidates because that's one of the solutions. But California is going to go blue no matter what. I felt like my position, like at least I can support a third party, even if I'm not 100% into that person. The statistics
start building it up.
Yeah, we need options. We can't just have this thing because everybody. The problem with people's opinions is that they're not always well thought out. Meaning, they just find things they think make sense, and they'll okay, that's my opinion now. It's not that they form their own opinion in a vacuum, like carefully analyzing all these different controversial positions. They don't want to do that. Their friends are liberal, so they become liberal.
I agree, but go back to you,
friends are conservative,
knowing you get attacked.
Their friends are conservative, so they become conservative. We need an option outside of that.
Get out of the echo chambers.
That thing is not good for us because I have a lot of things that I agree with over here, but a lot of things that I agree with over here. Is like I'm a pro Second Amendment guy. Like I accept that gun with gratitude. I own guns. I shoot guns. I practice with guns. I think you should be allowed to have a gun. I think if you're a good person and you're not committing crimes and you're a friendly, loving person, but you want to be able to protect your family, you should have the right to. I don't think that equates. I'm pro mass killings.
No, I agree. But let's get back to Joe Biden, because you made some eloquent statements that went 5 million, 10 million views. I mean, people resonate. I think Trump used it in an ad where you're like, it's like going in the woods with a flashlight with a bad battery. I think the exact
That's
quote.
exactly what I said, basically. I think
I'm not trying to even attack Joe Biden.
No.
I'm
not
saying
even,
like we have this crypt keeper. Like,
where's the whiskey? Come on, bro.
I'm gonna bring it right now.
Bring that strong. Go get that strong shit. Alex Jones wants to get me in trouble by talking about Joe Biden. I don't understand why he'd want to do that to a friend. I hope that guy does well. Honestly, my legitimate 100% feelings right now is if he wins and they've declared it, and everybody other than QAnon.
Hey, I'm at a sick part of me hopes he gets in. This is entertaining as hell. Well, reanimated corpse as president.
But don't you think that at this point it would be very difficult to convince the public that Trump actually won? Just the general public.
Yes.
Whether or not you think it makes sense or not.
Civil War. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good.
No. I watch a lot of your show, and I thought the things you said about him, like the flashlight. How'd you come up with that?
It's called marijuana, sir.
No, but say it again. It's like you said, it's like going in the woods with a flashlight with a bad battery.
That's exactly what I said, basically.
But that's exactly, it's like a flashlight that goes in and out.
I think I said it was like taking a flashlight with a dying battery and going on a long walk in the woods.
That was it. That's not a good idea. I feel like we're leaving the house and it's already like fading out.
Well, listen, man, I hope the guy does well. I hope it's amazing. I hope he becomes the president and the world is a better place and the United States bounces back and everybody's happy. And
But he is a perfect symbol of the end of the country.
I genuinely hope that all of the decisions change the way the world operates and we all do better because Joe Biden is the president. That's
I get what you do, though. Now it's masterful. Because if you said, oh, he's a horrible little crypt keeper, Chi-Con demon, people, you're like, oh, I love him. I hope this wraith can get us out of the trouble we're in.
That's what I hope.
I hope this dead zombie with cross eyes.
I hope someone sits him
coming
down.
out his nose can save us.
He does a mushroom ceremony and he realizes this is all nonsense. And the mushrooms fix whatever cognitive decline he may or may not be experiencing.
That's it. He needs to take DMT. Would you take DMT with Joe Biden?
100%.
How about
100%.
You and I and Joe Biden all take DMT together?
I don't know if Joe Biden would be into that, bro. I'm going to be honest with you.
No. I know. Obviously, it's not going to happen. How about you?
You might come out of it too quick and just.
Hey, everything you say becomes national news. So let's just say you and I are both we're inviting the governor of Texas, Joe Biden, and President Trump all to an ayahuasca ceremony.
Yeah, I'm not going to take responsibility for that because one of them might climb up a fucking tree and jump off of it. I don't know.
But let's just technically invite them. They're not going to come.
Listen, they're grown men. They can do what they want.
You invite them to a DMT trip at your house.
They can holler at me on Twitter. No, holler at me on Instagram.
Hey, how about Hunter? Will you invite him over? You're not a crack guy, though.
I don't think he is anymore either. So we got that in common.
Now we're going here.
Now we're going. Listen, man, I could have got hooked on crack. I think if I found crack at a low point in my life when I didn't have anything good going for me and it made me feel better than not smoking crack, I think I'd smoke crack.
Let's talk about Joey Diaz.
Why is that? We're in the middle of talking about smoking crack.
He's awesome.
He's awesome. Yes.
He's been in the studio with you like 12 years ago.
Yeah. My God, that scene with you and him and me, and he's talking about stashing the weed under his balls and going through TSA. It is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Is you trying to calm him down because you had gone from radio to the internet, and that's where you fucked up. You told him like, we're gonna be on the internet right now, so it doesn't make say whatever you want. It's no big deal. Like don't swear too much. And then Joey heard that
motherfucker. I had that fucking weed under my balls.
No, you are doing a terrible job of recreating what he did.
All right, do it.
But what you're saying seems crude. What he said was masterful.
The American public know that every 4 years they buy the same shit they've been buying every 4 years, and the same people with their Harvard articulation and how they don't curse and they're Christians and they have a family, and these are the same people that shove it up your fucking ass every year. The one thing that you'll get about me is I'll say fuck, but I will not fucking rob you. If I need something, I'll ask you like a man.
You're a good guy.
Hey, so go fuck yourself, you cunt.
Hold on 1 second.
Take a joke, take a shuttle. Joey Diaz, Facebook, Twitter, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Big dicks in your ass.
Get out of here. You're in trouble. I was out in LA and like busy and got drunk early, so I didn't do his podcast. He's big.
He's the funniest guy that's ever lived. I'll tell you that right now. There may be better comedians in terms of the overall body of their work, for sure. There's amazing comedians, Pryor and Eddie Murphy,
by the way,
and
at dinner,
Kinnison and Chris Rock and Louis C.K. You can go down the line.
I was lucky to get to meet him probably like 15, 16, 17 years ago.
My point is that at a sheer funny, like dudes who hit highs that I didn't think other people can hit, it's Joey Diaz. He's number one in my book.
But what I was about to say is we're at a steakhouse. We're in Vegas. We're in Houston. We're in wherever. He's not even trying to be funny. It's always funny.
He's an animal. And he knows I'm his number one fan. So if me and him are together, it's like his best friend is his number one fan.
There it is.
Yeah. Joey and I have a special relationship. And I've been promoting Joey as much as I could since like 1997, I think I met him. Maybe 97, 98, in that range, somewhere around then. I've been close friends with him ever since.
I remember one time he's like, yeah, I kidnapped this guy in the back of the car.
That's real.
We're like hanging around in Vegas. You go, you didn't know he kidnaps people?
Yeah, dude, he went to jail for kidnapping a drug dealer with a fucking machine gun and a coke deal. But he's a beautiful person. See, we can't discount people for.
Well, he was on your
past.
show, just like I was on Lancaster over at my CVS place I go for 10 years. And there's this pot-bellied white guy, and he smacks his black hooker. But the way he tells it's better. But talk about the zombie apocalypse, because there is an exodus.
Where are you going with this? Why are we talking about Joey Diaz and all of a sudden it's a zombie apocalypse?
No, because he brought that up. I'm saying your exodus from California. I was talking to you 6 months ago. You're planning to leave. Then you got a house and all the rest of it. I had to keep it secret a few months. But I mean, when was the moment? Was it Joey Diaz convinced you, or who was it? Because he acts like he convinced you.
He convinced me to leave LA?
Well, he just was, I told Joe, and watch, he's probably going to be.
No, he definitely told me a long time ago. He's told me for years. Joey knows me about as good as any human being that I've ever met. And, we did the road together so long. We did the store together for so long. We spent so many nights together. So many, like from like fucking 8 p.m. till 2 a.m, eating at a diner, laughing. I spent so much time with him. So he would just tell me, he's like, Joe Rogan, you don't need these motherfuckers. You should get the fuck out of here. Grab your family. You got a beautiful family. Get the fuck out of here. And he was saying this when everything was great. And I was like, well, I've been looking at property in different places. He's like, get your fucking shit. Get out of here. And he was telling me from the beginning, he's like, these people are mutts.
Why didn't he move to Texas instead of New Jersey?
Well, he loves New Jersey.
What's nostalgia?
He used
to go in the porno parlors with the hookers.
He knows a lot of people. He has like very close friends down there, and it's nostalgic for him because, and he gets accepted there. Like they love him there. That's his Texas. Like Joey Diaz, like gets so much love in New Jersey.
So he's just going back to his roots.
Yes, that's where he's from.
My dad's basically moved back to East Texas.
And there's great comedy around there too. There's like a lot of really funny comics there, like Rich Voss and Bonnie McFarlane, who are fucking hilarious.
Would you ever go back to Boston
to live?
I mean, just
couple months a year, bro. Once that winter rolls around, the beautiful thing is with Boston, the summers are so short and so fucking, they're so whimsical. They come, they go. While it's hot out, you're thinking this is not going to last because the winter's so punishing. January is so punishing, February is so punishing that even when you're enjoying July, there's this fucking whisper in the back of your ear. It's like,
I'm coming.
It's not gonna last.
Tell me about your Italian grandmother.
That's why
your Italian grandmother making the pasta.
That's why I wouldn't live in Boston. It's not that I don't love Boston, and I think it makes hardy people.
Sure. Tell me about your grandma making the pasta.
You're fucking this conversation up.
No.
You're messing it up.
You said jump in.
You got to let people talk.
You told me jump in. I'm not asking my question.
You're just so used to doing your show without like a person having a conversation, right? You just have
Joe. I know you want me to go back and forth with you.
I want to.
Now we're back to Boston. Tell me about your Italian grandma.
It's cold as fucking Boston. My grandmother lived in New Jersey.
You just talk about how she made the best Italian food.
Yeah, she made amazing pasta. She homemade everything, man, from the start. Like she would like get flour and the eggs, and she would make the dough and roll it with the rolling pin, and she made lasagna and homemade pasta. She was a savage. I mean, it was I didn't even know like how lucky I was when I was a kid until I went to other Italian restaurants, and I was like, oh my God, because like there's some restaurants, and if you cook spaghetti at home, you get dried spaghetti and you in a package and you open it, ronzoni or something, it tastes great. It's great. It's delicious. But there's a giant difference between that and like a lady making lasagna with a recipe that was passed down to her, and like everything's grown in the backyard. Like my grandfather grew the tomatoes and they stewed the tomatoes and made tomato sauce from the fresh tomatoes. Like everything was from scratch. Other than the fact that she didn't grow the wheat, everything else was in the garden. Oh my God. Alex Jones, it was amazing.
I'm just showing you. I watched your show a lot. And the reason I raised that was we're losing our humanity of like, I watched my grandfather, cook everything himself or right out of the field he had in East Texas. And compared, my dad knows how to do all this stuff. I barely don't know anything. My kids know nothing. And I don't want to say I'm a bad dad. It's a modern world. We're losing our humanity. So hearing those stories about your grandma, was she able to pass on all that knowledge? It's like we're losing all that.
My grandmother was a wild lady. She was crazy. She was really into the numbers. She ran the numbers for the mob and got arrested, did some jail time because she wouldn't rat out the mob. So my grandmother was in jail for like 6 months. And we would be like, where's grandma? And she's like, oh, she's at Aunt Marie's house. Like they would tell us stories about where my grandmother was. My grandmother was in fucking jail because she wouldn't rat out the mob because she was running numbers. She was doing the local lottery. They had like a neighborhood lottery.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and my grandmother was like knitting scarves for the guards in jail.
And explain, because Joey and you were talking about that on that podcast. I saw it's years old, but it was amazing. Talking about like they thought people that won were like psychic. Everyone would always ask,
Oh,
"Oh,
my grandmother had some psychic ability. She had some, and this is what I mean. Like she knew things. She knew if people were good or if people were bad. She knew when someone was full of shit. She didn't take any nonsense. My grandmother, but she also had like weird ghost things. Like she would see ghosts and hear ghosts, and she was very connected to the idea that she was in contact with the psychic or the spirit world. And it was really interesting as a young boy, being like 4 or 5, like visiting my grandmother and having her talk to me about being psychic and knowing the numbers and, you know, and I knew it was this number, but I bet a different number. I shouldn't have bet that fucking number. And like, she would tell me when I was like 5 years old, she would talk to me about gambling.
But again, everybody back then was dialed into stuff. Your grandma probably more than others.
I don't know if it was right though. See, I think part of what that is when people think that they have these psychic abilities, it's a mechanism in which they can more comfortably interface with the world.
But Joe, I've had the events.
But if they think that there's a pattern to the world and that pattern is all thought through and it's gonna, it
can be fatalistic.
Yeah. Well, it's not even that it could be fatalistic. It's a way of coping. It comforts people because no one wants to think that this thing is crazy and open-ended, right? And that no one knows what's going to happen.
But let me take it further.
At any second, at any moment of any day, which is why people like to look at things after the fact, after the event has happened, and then concoct a conspiracy.
But let me take you further.
Please do.
You hear about Oprah Winfrey and The Secret and imagine it happens. No, you got to have the action, the ability, the knowledge, and the material, the energy. But what I do at InfoWars, Tomorrow's News Today, people see it every day, is we tell you what's coming next and next over and over again. And so what your grandmother
What did you think about The Secret?
Well, here's the thing. Her will, she realized, could manifest destiny.
Yeah.
Will take out the trash, take care of kids, do whatever, beat somebody's ass, pick the numbers, whatever. The point is that it's not just that we're interpreting things after they happen. We're willing things and saying this is going to happen and then using our will to actually have an effect on the future.
Maybe, but my grandmother didn't look at it that way. Her way of looking at it was that she could see things that other people couldn't see. And I don't know if she's right or wrong.
Sure. Well, what was your question though?
I don't remember.
Hey folks, we just shot the big Joe Rogan interview. I appreciate him being pro free speech and standing up for me whenever he had the CEO of Twitter on, Jack Dorsey, last year. That was a big deal. And Joe having me on when all these other big platforms are trying to boycott us has really helped us get the truth out about what we really stand for. So I just wanted to add this point that I appreciate Joe and I appreciate his support. And I'm glad that he's diversifying platforms and has gone over to Spotify. And I just hope that listeners and viewers realize that big media and big tech think you're stupid. When they banned me on over 60 platforms 2 years ago, they thought it would shut us down, but we still had AM and FM radio stations and some TV stations. And then we also expanded to have our own video feeds and our own audio feeds that are now very popular that millions of people click on a day. And that's really the model, is the decentralization away from big tech. So I want all the big Joe Rogan fans out there to remember that InfoWars is there, and it's at Infowars.com, and it's at Band.video, and it's all free. And I hope you tell folks, hey, this suppressed information is out there. Jones is covering stuff they don't want you to hear. And you have a right to make decisions yourself and to go check it out for yourself. So we're covering all the taboo subjects at Infowars.com and Band.video. So please share this Joe Rogan interview. I think Joe really opened up about a lot of things. I think it was a powerful interview, brought up a lot of really smart points about tribalism and the rest of it. This deserves to be seen. And if you like this, there's thousands and thousands of other interviews and breaking news and live feeds at Band.video. So again, thanks for watching. And back to this exclusive, in-depth Joe Rogan interview, which is free to air. All you can re-upload it. You can clip it out. You can make memes out of it. It's all copyright free. The Alex Jones Show and everything we do at Infowars.com. And check out my documentary, In Game. It's free online as well. In Game, Blueprint for Global Enslavement, to understand the Great Reset, what's happening right now. Here's my deal. You're right. I do have an agenda because I always go on your show. You've come on here a few times, maybe 3 or 4 times over the years, and I've never actually created questions and things I wanted to go over. Because
I think I remember my point. My point was that people look for patterns that might not necessarily be there because it gives them comfort that there's some sort of structure to this life. I don't necessarily think that's true. And I think me being famous is one of the best pieces of evidence that it's not true. There's not really a pattern to this thing. No one knows what's running this. No one knows where this goes.
Oh, really?
And we like to look. We like to look at things that have taken place and people that have taken advantage of certain situations, and maybe people that have conspired.
But
to
Joe,
make,
you say that.
hold, please. People that have conspired
Excuse
to
me.
make
Excuse me.
certain situations take place or certain events take place, but they don't know what the fuck is happening next. Nobody does.
No, I hear you.
That's the problem. Is we want there to be some ultimate villain, but the villain might be uncertainty. The villain might be the chaos of life itself. The villain might be there is no fucking recognizable pattern for how this is going to go down.
Well, Joe, I mean, I think that's a major aspect of the universe, but human will molding our environment is the surest thing there is in the universe.
It's the surest thing that we know of and that we can understand as human beings.
Well, let's
Human
expand
will.
on that.
Please do.
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is a holistic approach.
What
What
are
are
you,
the
a
chances?
Doctor, you're taking a holistic approach.
What are a larger full spectrum analysis of things and a kind of a unified field theory?
All right.
But what I'm
I like it.
what I'm getting at is, what are the chances that you and I would know each other 22 years? What are the chances that you'd be one of the biggest broadcasters and so would I, and that all the magically in the universe, you'd move here against me, that you move right down the street with your studio?
Well, you
The
live in a good
universe
spot.
attracts, things align.
I think that's probably true. I think like-minded people in many ways, they find other like-minded
Birds
people,
of a feather fly
it's,
together.
whether it's with scientists or comedians, or there's a lot of people they group together based on the thing that they do or based on what they like to do. And look, you found you've always been from around here, but I found by visiting you that you lived in a great place. And I hate to give it any more attention because I think I've given it too much. And there's so many people that are moving here because we talked about it. Like, I have a lot of comedian friends that are moving here. And eventually my plan is to open up a comedy club somewhere around Austin.
Let me ask you that question. I mean, let's get into your plan here.
Well, my point is, when that happens, more will come. We'll have a lot of us here. There's going to be a shitload of, there's no need to do this in Los Angeles. Like,
let's talk about
what's
that.
important is the guys like Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura and Joey Diaz and whoever that you think is talented. That's what's important. It's not the location and where you find yourself.
But what about how comedy, the last bastion of
Take
free
a hit
speech,
of that joint, then ask me this question.
Think about.
Oh, excuse me. It's a cigar.
Tobacco. They say it's really good tobacco.
That's the best tobacco that they make in Nicaragua. What are we sharing tobacco? That's weird, man.
It's gay. No, seriously.
I'm not scared of being gay, bro.
I hear you. Well, I mean, we got a hell of a
I'm
time
scared of
with them doing that
scared.
night.
I'm scared of being gay. How about that? I'm more scared of that.
That's why we had sex with Tim Dillon. There you go. Here's your-
I'm good. Just put it there.
We're going to edit all this out. It's a joke.
LOL.
People will actually believe that stuff.
What do they believe? They believe a lot of things, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Don't edit this out. Do you have to edit this out?
no, I'm not going to.
Good.
How is your dog doing?
He's great. He loves it here. That's my dog.
Stalking your dog.
He's that's the first golden retriever I've ever had, and he does not seem to be a dog.
It's a magical creature.
If you want a magical creature, get yourself a golden retriever. He's the most ridiculous dog I've ever seen in my life. He just loves everybody. He's so friendly. I see him in the morning. He just starts whimpering and kissing me and pawing every morning. It's like, I can't believe it's you.
Well, I bet he likes your new digs.
He loves like everybody, man. That dog
in
loves
water.
everything.
He loves water.
Yeah, yeah. He's cool with that. You know, he loves swimming. He jumps in the pool all the time. But what he loves more than anything is people. It's crazy. I've never had a golden before. I hate to say this too, and I want to ruin it for people that, breed goldens. I don't want to get oversaturated, but they're amazing, dogs.
A magic creature.
He's so sweet.
It's a fishing dog. It's a work dog.
Yes. Well, in the morning when I greet him, when I open up the bedroom door, I'm like, oh, good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. We have like little things we do. I pet him and but he always gets a toy. He always has to bring back a toy. He always has to show me he's retrieved. It's real weird. Like they have a great
job.
It's a weird breeding
Pull the nets
thing.
in.
They've figured out a way to give a dog great pleasure in retrieving something.
You know they have web feet.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, in between their toes for swimming. He swims amazing. He just jumps in. And he's been, from the time he was a puppy, like there was no coaxing him in the water. He's like, wee! He like jumped right in. They know what water is. It's real weird.
Which is genetic memory.
It is genetic memory. And that's an interesting thing to think about because it's something that scientists can't put on a scale.
Epigenetics.
Yeah. Well, also, how much is passed down? Like they can't quantify it, is what I mean. It's like if you pass something down to your son, how much? Can we measure it?
Yeah, they know it's there, but they can't measure it.
Can we use a ruler? What is the number? You know, there's certain things that I think we all have. Like I have one of my daughters is an obsessive. She wants to get better at things. She just like really, really, really wants to get better at things. And she gets obsessed with things. And I've never seen that in like when I see that at the time, like when she was at her peak obsession, I'm seeing this in an 11-year-old girl is like a version of me, but an 11-year-old female. And I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. Like she's got some weird genetic memory that I've passed on to her, that she is obsessed with like getting better at things and physical things. And she's like really confident and really aggressive. And I'm like, wow, this is weird. Because I'm seeing like, this is not a kid that had to struggle, right? Like I could attribute a lot of my craziness to like a childhood struggle, like whatever weird trauma I experienced when I was a young person. I could attribute the savagery that I've concocted as like a reaction to that, but not this 12-year-old. This girl, my daughter's been raised in nothing
but genetically
like
transferred.
Friendly people, everyone's loving, but it's a different version of it because instead of being an insecure version of it, like I was when I was her age, it's a secure version.
The next level.
It's recognizing that there's something going on
anthropomorphized
that goes between parents and children that I don't think anyone really can weigh.
It's electrochemical.
Can't measure.
It's electrochemical.
Whatever it is. I don't know. I don't want to define it, but there's something going on.
So let's talk about your dog. That's why I raised this.
LOL.
B.F. Skinner, Kinsey, and others said that when we see a dog smile or happy, it's not really happy. It's just a machine. I'm having trouble pronouncing the word anthropomorphize. And of course, they're trying to be gods in the psychiatric system, saying your dog isn't really smiling when it wags its tail and puts a smile on its face. You aren't really smiling. You're just a machine. You're all nature. None of it's nurture. Well, but then they say they are up here though. They have souls. They have minds. They have decisions. Just you don't. And it's an ultimate. They're in the ruling class. We're in the lower class. Elitism. What existed before the Germans invented modern psychiatry and psychology 200 years ago. And so that's what I'm coming at here. Is it doesn't mean that the things they've created, the lists they've made, aren't real human traits, but it's really a cult, a guild blocking us from the larger issue. Because your dog is magic. Your dog does have a soul. It does have an energy. It is smiling. You are interfacing. Dogs are psychic buffers, way more psychic than we are. And so what I'm saying is your dog is the example of what humanity needs to go towards instead of somebody like Bill Gates, because your dog's open, satisfied, real, empowered.
You had to bring this to Bill Gates.
No, I'm just telling you that listen, they're saying your dog isn't really happy. They're saying you see happiness in it. You're projecting it. No, that's a lie. They're not God. The psychiatric system.
But hold on a second. In their defense, if my dog by himself had ran for a considerable distance and then someone took a photo of him, I bet his mouth would have kind of looked like that. It's very subtle.
But when they wag their tails.
But hold on a second. It's very subtle what's happening between a dog and a person, right? But if you were there and you saw the dog and me interact, there would be no guessing as to what's going on. It would be just this big love exchange. Everybody, all my friends that come over the house and anyone who meets him, like he's so friendly. He loves everybody. And when I see him in the morning, he and I hug each other. He's like my little gay sweetheart. Like we're both boys, but we kiss each other. We hug, we cuddle. he's my boy. I love him. But my exchange with him, if you see it, you would never think that it's mechanical.
But that's why I raised this.
But it's a thing that people do, Alex, where they're trying to define things they can't possibly define. If you're not there in that moment, you don't know what kind of unspoken exchange there is between a person and their dog.
I agree. So who are they to declare with anthropomorphism that if you have a dog or a cat, especially a dog, it's a pack animal, so are we, that we're not having love, that its tail isn't wagging, it's jumping on you, it's excited, it gets sick, it won't eat if you're gone.
Right.
This thing loves you. They can say animals don't love us. Now they say our wife doesn't love us or our husband doesn't. See, they're telling us we're machines.
But stop.
No, they now, the mainline psychologists.
But here's the problem.
Kinsey and all of them said, beyond evil, beyond dignity, you have no rights. We are your gods. And I say, fuck them, man.
I agree with you.
All right.
So I think we have to stop amplifying their signal and instead amplify the signal of people that don't think that way. Amplify the signal.
I agree. You're right.
Of people that are like,
I feel like I focus. I said this. I focus too much on the enemy instead of what I believe.
But you've been through the ringer. That's part of the thing that happens. Like trauma doesn't just happen to people that are 2 years old. It happens to people that are 44 years old too. Give me another taste.
47 now, man.
Whatever the fuck that is, it's good for you.
Well, I'm just saying, get top quality bourbon for you.
It's very good. It's very good. It's very strong. But you know, it's the only way we're gonna get out of this is if we look for the good in people instead of looking for the bad in people.
You're saying we almost project
that's what
our
I'm
good.
saying, Alex Jones.
Ah!
There's bad. There's bad in everybody. We can find bad in everybody. But when you look for good in people, you can find good in most people. And if you find good in most people and you encourage that good and you talk to them about that good, it helps all of us realize we're all capable of good and bad. All of us.
I shouldn't project my hatred of the globalists on everybody. You're right. Because I remember being like 12 years old.
I want to be a globalist. How do I get in?
Let's talk about that in a moment. I remember being like 12 years old, like a grocery store. And like my dad wasn't that cool. The guy, like women are hitting on him, the sell clerks liking him. Everybody's like, wait. And I was like, Dad, why do they all like you? And he goes, I'm not in a bad attitude like you. Because I had at that time a bad attitude. My dad always had this really great attitude and everybody liked him.
How old were you?
I was like 12 years old. And my dad's like, well, because you act all upset and, whatever, you're a teenager, you're not happy. I'm putting out good vibes. Everybody likes me. And that was just the thing is that you're absolutely right but then I kind of took that as well.
Sounds like your dad was victim blaming.
Absolutely.
I don't like it.
No, he's a bad person.
Super uncomfortable with that.
Exactly. We need to get rid of that free speech. Seriously. Very awkward, very funny.
Victim blaming is one of my favorite things. Oh, it's hilarious. Not actually when it happens, but the fact that that's become like a part of the vernacular.
Explain to me what that even means.
Well,
the woman shouldn't have worn the short skirt.
In a bad place, it would be like something happening to someone who is incapable of defending themselves, right? Like a woman experiencing something from a man that's horrible and terrible, whether it's rape or sexual assault, and you say the woman, you shouldn't have been dressed that way. That's victim
what
blaming.
I figured.
That's victim blaming. But you can look at victim blaming in terms of you could stretch it out to the end. And at the very end, it's taking responsibility for the consequences of your actions. Like if you do something stupid, you get the fuck beat out of you.
Well, here's the deal. The guy that attacks
dummy.
you,
and then someone would say you're victim blaming because you're making fun of a guy who just got the shit beat out of him. But we all have. We've all sent each other videos. Haven't you sent your friends YouTube videos of someone getting beat up? Or
who deserves it?
Fucking dummy who tries to stop a motorcycle with his hand and he gets like knocked through the air.
Oh yeah, when they banned me the first time off YouTube, they said that I abused a little kid. It was ABC News where the kid's attacking the adult and the guy throws him down like in Missouri. Well, ABC banned it. ABC ran a story saying that I beat up a kid. It wasn't even me. But then they later went, okay, it wasn't Jones, but he's still victim blamed because the kid's attacking the adult. The adult just throws him down after a while. And they said,
I know what you're talking about. There's a girl who throws at a guy, and a guy punches her in the face.
No, it's like a kid at a kid.
But have you ever seen that video? There's a terrible video of a girl who's like a 10-year-old girl. It's a 10-year-old black girl, and there's a grown man who's in his 30s or whatever. He's a big ass man too. and the girl starts swinging at the guy, and the guy punches her in the face and knocks her unconscious. And that's a rough one because it's one of those ones where people go, hey, she shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have fucking swung on that guy if you don't want to get hit back. But one of them is 80 pounds and the other one is 220 pounds. It's a giant man. He's fucking huge. And this little girl swinging at him and he punches her in the face and KOs him. And it makes me think about what we talked about earlier, is that people pick sides and we get so tribal that we don't want to look at the faults of our tribe and we want to only look at the faults of the other tribe. When a fucking 30 whatever year old man punches a 10-year-old girl, that guy's a bitch. You're not supposed to punch a 10-year-old girl in the face. You think she's gonna hurt you? This is what you're supposed to say. Stop. Put your hand on her forehead like a fucking like Popeye. Look at, man. Watch it again. Play it again for me. The girl comes. Look how tiny this girl is. He pushes her and she comes forward and he punches her in the face.
No, that's too much.
It's a lack of education.
Overreaction.
It's a lack of education about the consequences of violence. It's a lack of education about the consequences of you being exposed to social media, to billions of people that have opinions about what you just did.
Well, that's what happens. I remember you 20 years ago saying the internet's going to end TV. Everything will just be the internet. There's no way the system can compete. You were mainly true, but now big tech and big media.
I said that, but marijuana really said that. It's really marijuana talking. I said it, but it was 2010. I just started smoking weed.
No, it was way before 2000.
2000.
Yes.
That's what it was. And I was like, I know what's going to happen here.
You laid it all out. So tell us.
I saw when I started watching, there was certain channels that would deliver bizarre information and weird stories from around the world. And then there was dudes that like Tom Green early on started this internet talk show. And you could just go there on your computer. And if you had like a 15-inch screen, you could watch Tom Green on your 15-inch screen. And I remember watching this and thinking like, oh, this is going to keep going. If Tom Green can have a web show that you can watch on your television.
And there you are on it.
Yeah. I remember thinking, how long is it going to be before everyone has a Tom Green show? I had a bit that I used to do in my act that was based on that. Is like the idea was about a reality show that was following the cameraman on a reality show.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah.
What about interracial porn in the South?
And that, but hold on a second. The reality show was that the reality was that this, what the fuck was I even talking about? You
Tom Green, and you predicted the internet was going to kill mainstream TV. Cameraman's going to follow cameraman.
That's right. Thank you.
Oh, look at that.
A reality show.
Look at that.
It was, we're clearly intoxicated.
No, I remember that show.
It was a reality show about a cameraman on a reality show. That was the joke. And the bit was, and then we're going to want to know, it's going to be so fascinating. This guy travels around the world and he films reality shows. What a life. And then we're going to be like, what is the life of the guy who's the cameraman who films the cameraman on a reality show? What's he going to be like? And then eventually it's going to expand to the cameraman of the cameraman of the cameraman.
That was way better than any Bill Hicks thing.
The idea was that there's two mirrors facing together and it's nothing on either side but cameramen and reality shows. They all become a cameraman in a reality show about a cameraman.
It's true.
It's like that fucking movie where the dudes are eating each other's asses. What's that movie? Human Caterpillar.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a scary movie.
Centipede. Human Centipede. Where they sew the people's mouths to the people's ass. And yeah. That's exactly what that is. And I never put that on a special. I had that bit. And I never did anything with it. It was one of those
That
bits.
was powerful.
But it was a ridiculous bit. It was like it was a little too early for its time. I didn't know
I
what
was just
to do
about to
with
say
it.
that. You've got to bring back your older comedy that's 20 years old because now it's new.
Nah. Well, it's all most of it's been on specials and stuff.
No,
but it's
I
like
know,
it
but I
gets
mean, you got to
to
rework it.
it's always comedy is a
Yeah,
thing.
but dude, it's like
But comedy is a thing that almost you can't do that. There's a temptation to reach back and pull some of the old bits. But the correct thing to do is to plow forward and try to find what you think of right now. Like,
no, I agree.
it's
But
so-
if you're really right about something, it's not really comedy now. It's like a vision that came true. That's it's okay to look back at.
I don't think I have any of those though. I don't think I
saw
have
a lot
any
of your
visions that
early
came
comedy
true.
that I saw. I think you were doing it years before I saw you. I saw you like 98, 2000, and I would just come even and tell you know it's coming. And it was always, I mean, it's always been very original, but I mean, you still do this, but back then it was, this is the future. We're supposed to be flying around in spacesuits, but instead we're
Oh yeah, I
behind the
had
bush on our cell phone before.
jetpacks and robot fuck dolls.
And have you
That was
heard
a
how they
bit.
sell more multiracial porn in the South anywhere else?
There was a bit that I was doing that was based on conversations with you. I had a giant amount of bits that were about conspiracy theories. And a lot of them was from hanging out with you and also people's reactions to conspiracy theories. One of the things that makes me excited about some conspiracy theories is how some people are so reluctant to admit that any of them exist. And we start going back in history. You're like, where do we have to start? Let's start with Vietnam. How do you think we got into Vietnam? Do you know about the Gulf of Tonkin? And they're like, what's that? And you're like, you show them that and you take them to a website and then you send them an email. And you're like, hey, I'm going to send you a video. And this video explains a lot more. And then you call them the next day. You're like, what do you think about Kennedy? How did Kennedy die? Well, Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. Really? Interesting. I'm going to send you this and I'm going to send you that. And have you ever shot anything with a rifle? I have. You know what happens to bullets? They fucking explode. They hit bones. They splatter. They don't look anything like the original bullet. But the bullet that they attributed to the murder of JFK, they found on the gurney of Governor
Undamaged.
Connolly, rather, who happened to just be, you know, where the bullet was. The bullet just fell out of his pocket or something. It's the dumbest idea of all time.
Exactly. So it's a war on questioning. And just as a case example, I used to get attacked a lot. Now, I get a lot less attacks now after the system came after me. When they ignored me, nobody really cared. When they attacked me, the system's so discredited that it actually built me up. And that's a weird phenomenon.
You're an awesome test case. You know why? Because you're a test case where it's like, if you look at one of the things that people I think are upset at me about the podcast we just did is that I gave you a platform, right? This is the words that you give someone a platform. This is the mindset of a person that's afraid of competing ideas, even if those competing ideas are awful. And I understand that you would be reluctant to ever accept or multiply awful ideas. But the best way to combat that, and it's been shown throughout history, is better ideas. The simplest way to combat that is to shut it down. It's like if you have a kid and you say, you got to go to bed. And your kid goes, why do I have to go to bed? And you go, shut the fuck up. It's sort of the same thing. It's like you're taking this extreme position that it's my way or the highway.
Well, what I
Right?
find
You would
is,
never do that with a child.
what I find they do
Right?
is they misrepresent what you said, then they ban you for that reason, and then lie about you and take over your identity and say Alex Jones is saying this because you can't respond. That's really the identity theft that goes on.
There's a part of that is one of the things where people can talk about certain things is because they know you can't respond. That is one of the most insidious parts about the suppression of free speech. It's not that it's a good thing to suppress hate speech. I can understand why you would think it's a good thing to stop anti-Semitic, racist, transphobic, homophobic. I can understand why you would think that it would be a good thing to suppress those ideas. But there's a fundamental problem with human nature that if you do suppress those ideas, it empowers or at least emboldens the people that have those ideas. That their ideas are being suppressed because they're right and you don't want to hear the truth. And then the problem is that keeps those people who are wrong in a lot of cases. It keeps them from accepting new ideas because you've become such a ruthless and an enemy that can't be reasoned with. You've ejected them from the platform. You've banned them forever because they've misstepped. Well, you've made them solidified in their original and possibly incorrect position because their identity has become attached to them opposing you.
Exactly,
and it's dangerous. It's a wrong way to look at conflict.
I mean, let's go further. Talk about, they say, oh, don't say the N-word. I've never said the N-word. Fine, ban somebody for that. But then next, like you said, Joe, it's everything else gets banned. Because I agree, ban the N-word, because I don't want to say the N-word. I don't hurt somebody's feelings. I don't agree with that. Now they've taken all the speech, but here's what they do. They focus on the KKK and child molesters having, not having free speech. But then it becomes, we talked months ago, heads of hospitals, mainline scientists, mainline doctors come out and say, hey, we got 100% cure rate with this. Hey, we're finding these are false positive COVIDs 97% of the time. German court just found that last week. Hey,
wait a minute. What's the first thing you said? 100% what? 100% for survival rate?
They've been having 100% survival rates at major hospitals with up to 1,000 patients.
Is that real?
If they catch people early and give them inhaled steroids.
Okay, but it's not 100% survival rate overall when people are hospitalized.
We have articles on Infowars.com with a major whistleblower today that manages 35 hospital groups on the East Coast. And then they gave us the data. Right. Not one COVID death in all their hospitals.
But here's the thing.
They're supposed COVID centers.
This is one of those things where this is where we hit like a barrier where we try to figure out whose position is going to win. Is it left or right? Is it pro science and medicine, or is it pro the government?
What I'm getting at is, since when
people
can consumer
that want to
rights
control everything and want to lock us down and keep us weak? This is one of those weird sort of
here's
bypasses.
What I'm saying. Since when are consumer advocacy groups criticizing vaccines banned off Facebook, Twitter, everything? Since when?
Who's that?
Oh, I mean, mainline groups. I can pull it all up. Since when?
Please tell me. Who is it?
Listen, we talked 3 or 4 months ago. You were
no, but who's the consumer advocacy groups that are?
Oh my God, people like Dr. Mercola. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Okay, is that guy a little quackish?
No, I mean, he's a medical.
Not at all. Okay.
Joe,
there's medical doctors that I know that do coke.
Joe, here's what I'm telling you.
Anybody know any doctors that do coke?
There's a lot of them are crazy. I don't want to listen.
They're good people. They just enjoy cocaine.
I actually say, don't listen to the doctors.
No, don't say that.
No, that's another perspective.
No,
Joe, what I'm trying to get at.
We're doing the same thing. We're going red versus blue.
We're not. Let me
believe him or don't believe him.
No, I'm not.
Keep an open mind.
I'm describing the terrain.
Okay.
We're told by the UN and by the communist Chinese that this is the official story on COVID. Anything deviating, big tech and media ban, including Senator Rand Paul, who's a medical doctor, makes statements about COVID and how it wasn't 4% that died. It wasn't even 1/10 of 1% that died, even of the sickest, oldest groups. They go, sorry, that's not under the WHO directive. Boom, you can't say it. And so we were talking months ago when you were first moving to Austin, and you go, yeah, I see all these doctors, mainline being deleted off Facebook, Twitter, Google, who own hospitals, who run clinics, who are having incredible success. Even if they were wrong, let them have their speech. Since when is, big tech says that's not allowed. So they're suppressing a real debate about the vaccines and about all of this and lying and saying, you're putting out this info. Here's an example. The Spotify CEO, when I was on your show, came out 2 days later and said, we went and looked. The things they said,
How does that have anything to do with vaccines?
I'm telling you, it's free speech. No, I'm commending the CEO of the company who joined. So why did you, that's this question.
Daniel's a good man. They're one of the reasons.
But they went and looked, and I didn't say the things the media said I said.
It's not even.
Well, finally, someone actually looked.
Listen, Alex, you got to think of what it's like to be a 23-year-old kid who is friends with a bunch of other 23-year-old kids that espouse a very rigid ideology. And when someone deviates from this ideology and says, maybe the guy's not a bad guy, maybe he had like a psychotic moment, maybe he had a bad time, maybe he believed it because he's seen so much bullshit, he's seen so many lies, and maybe he went crazy because he's on his own. But maybe he went crazy because he's on his own, and because nobody wants to stand up and say, hey, he's right about a lot of shit. And let me tell you something. Every fucking time I did that, I said, why are you friends with Alex Jones? I'm like, he's right about a lot of shit. Like you can't.
And you
like,
defended me, and I appreciate it.
The fucking World Trade Organization shit that you exposed and 9/11 Road to Tyranny. I remember that was the first time that I ever discovered what an agent provocateur was. And this was 2001 or 2002, whenever that video came out. And I remember thinking, wait a minute. You mean there's people that get paid by whatever agency or whatever fucking department, and those people pretend to be protesters and they wear masks.
Well, that was Delta
and they
Force.
Smash shit, whatever it was.
Delta Force.
I don't know if you have the documents.
Oh, the Army's good, but Clinton ordered him to do it.
I watched that video, and you got regular people who are just protesting, and then other people who are smashing windows and turning over fucking mailboxes.
And they don't get in trouble.
And I was like, what is happening here? And then when you show that they all have the same government issue boots, and they were all like,
they staged an event like Gulf of Tonkin.
But they put them in a fucking house. They all went in a house. They made a negotiation. They set them all free.
That's right.
That's real.
But we had to send cameras there to show it. That's what I'm saying. Is you're right, though. I saw so much of that I was honest in that court case where they're like, why did you? And I said, I believed everything was fake at that time. And
Alex,
it's only
my point is that even if you're right, even if you're wrong, rather, about some things,
I meant well.
You're a human being and your perspective is valuable. And one of the reasons why you were wrong about such things is because you were abandoned. There was so many people that didn't want to hitch their car up to your train because they were scared they would get caught in the 9/11 conspiracy and the Bohemian Grove conspiracy and the fucking Bilderberg conspiracy. There was so many different things that led people down uncomfortable moments and uncomfortable conversations. They didn't want to be a part of it. So they just left you alone. And when people get abandoned by all of the other people around them that may possibly have an inkling that you're correct, you start going fucking crazy.
Yeah.
You start going crazy.
I was honest. I mean, a couple of years ago, I was pretty crazy until I realized just so what if they're attacking me? I don't care anymore. It's just,
But part of it is that some of the shit you see is real, but it doesn't get recognized. So then you're like, well, I know that's true. So if that's true and it doesn't get recognized, how do I know that this isn't true too? And if you don't have any people around you that are stable and that are open-minded and that are talking to you about it, and you don't have these conversations, you only have like people that either agree with you or no one wants to talk to you, you get trapped in a mind prison and you start thinking, I don't have enough data to bounce this off of. We need other people. If you have a crazy idea, like, hey, am I wrong? Or does the government want to kill all these fucking small businesses? You need a fucking smart person around you to go, that's not what's going on. What's going on?
That is what they want.
But I don't know if they do want an Alex Jones. But my point is that you could say, well, there's assholes. A bunch of fucking politicians don't want to be criticized, and they're more scared of being reelected than they are of people losing their jobs. There's that too.
Well, I want to say this. I always watch your podcast. I love it. Anytime we get interviewed, come here because you've been dominating, and it's pure Joe Rogan. This is historic.
Well, let me tell you something.
You're not running off yet. We got a lot of time left.
I'm not going anywhere.
That's why I want to go through my list, though. You got
a crazy list.
No. But what? You're all wound up today.
It's a good podcast.
It is.
Right now,
you're wound up though. What's going on?
Nothing. We're drunk.
I think you're like
we've been drinking.
Really been drinking.
We drank 3 or 4 drinks.
Come over.
Look at we started that fucking bottle that bottle was open, and
this is actually just
apple
water
juice.
Color. Yeah.
Talk to me about the universe, Alex Jones, because one of the things that we didn't talk about on the last podcast that you said, I want to talk about the universe.
No, I agree. and here's the deal. I'm not using you in this interview, but you're so big and the system wants to watch what you're doing. So I can get messages through when you're on the show. So one of the things I wanted to say to the left is, I know more about the left than the average person on the left does. I know what the left-hand path means. I know about the Jacobins. I know about it going all back to Egypt, the left-hand path. You guys are being used by the globalists. They don't care about you. They don't want to empower you. And I'm not a leftist or a rightist. I'm a pro-human person. And so I've been typecast with this whole Trump thing. I'm not running from
That
Trump.
should be a t-shirt you sell on Infowars.com. I'm not a leftist. I'm not a rightist. I'm a pro-human person.
Well, that's
In
what I want to do.
quotes, Alex Jones.
I've supported Trump. Thought he did a good job
Infowars.com.
in many ways, but I'm not Trump. I was part of the pro-human movement that Trump skateboarded in or surfed in on, and so to the left. I'm not saying leave me alone, stop attacking me. I'm just saying you've taken facsimiles of me and then created sculptures of a demon that is partially me, partially what you made up. And I'm just saying it's stupid because I don't care if you're black, white, old, young, gay, straight, whatever it is. I want you to have pro-freedom and a future. And I'm not the person that they've taken out of context.
No, you're not. You're not. You're not. And that's why you and I are friends. You're not that guy. You're a valuable person in a lot of ways. Whether or not people think that the negative outweighs the positive, I understand. I respect and I understand your perspective. I respectfully also disagree. And I think that we have to, the best way forward is to abandon tribal behavior.
I agree. But what is my worldview you're saying you disagree with?
No, it's not me.
I mean, not all of it.
No. Not that I disagree. I understand where people are coming from. I understand. But what I'm saying is our best way forward is to abandon tribal behavior, because tribal behavior creates conflicts where they don't necessarily exist.
But you only replace a tribe with a tribe. So what is the worldview?
You know where we found that out? Chaz in Seattle.
Yeah.
When they took over a 6-block area, and immediately they placed armed guards. They started beating up people for filming on cell phones. They put barriers up. They turned it into the worst country ever.
They were more oppressive than any police force in the U.S. Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
it's what people do.
I got to raise that. There's one thing you did predict on a bunch of your podcasts, because I watch a lot of it. You're so prolific. I only see a small, 10%, as much as I can. But you were like, even when I was predicting stuff before I did, you were like, they're going to start trying to take people's houses. They're going to take over the neighborhoods. No matter who wins, this is going to get really bad. And I'm like, no, Soros flips that on and off. But actually, what you said is true. They're now going to Seattle, Portland. They're coming to the neighborhood saying, give us your houses.
Well, I think the people that are in positions of government, whether they're governors or mayors, or there's a lot of those people that have to weigh two things simultaneously. One of them is being reelected. One of them is finding out, where's the wind blowing? Is the wind blowing progressive, or is the wind going, we're going conservative? We hit everybody's dead. We need to fucking tighten up our belt. Or is it like, hey, we need to open up the borders and let everybody in? And politicians want to be elected. So 70% is figure out what the people want. 30% is what can we really do? What can we really do? What can we really do? So you say things that maybe you can't really do.
No, but back to you predicted this. They're not going after Jeff Bezos. They're not going after Tim Cook. They're not going after Bill Gates. They're going to like $1 million houses going, you're rich, give me your house.
Well, what I was predicting was that if you let people just take over 6 blocks of Seattle, you're setting a horrible precedent. And listen, I'm a fucking moron. I'm just a comedian, but I understand psychology and I understand the way people attack each other and the way people dominate each other. You can't just allow someone to take over 6 blocks, because the problem is, if you do, now you're allowing a new, more ruthless group to take over the 6 blocks from the people that took over the 6 blocks.
So you're putting a warlord in.
Yeah.
A warlord.
You can put a warlord in. You can set it up so that like you have the best way to survive and succeed is to be more vicious. Like these guys just came in with guns. You got to come in with nuclear weapons, and we just get crazier and crazier.
Well, so what
people
was the
are
moment?
competing. Young men are rising, right? They're rising to positions of prominence. They have influence. They're aggressive. They decide we're going to take this over in the name of socialism, and everybody's like, yeah,
now pay us taxes.
Yeah, they haven't read any fucking.
So let me ask you this: what was the moment? Because I mean, we were talking 6 months ago. You might move to Texas. Then your own show, you're talking about it. Then you made the decision. You did it. What was the trigger? What was the final moment?
There was no final moment. The final moment was.
Well, there's always that final.
My family was into it. My family being into it was the best thing, because I was like, let's go.
That's right. You said, I'm thinking about moving to Texas, but I want to take the family out there first. That was like 6 months ago.
As soon as they were into it, I was like, let's go. Let's do it. I have a weird ability to camp. I can go camping. I can lay out one of those inflatable, one of those fake mattresses and fucking put a tent up. I can go to sleep, man. I can sleep in the mountains. I got a weird ability to just camp. I can camp. You know, I don't like being cold, but I can camp. And part of me likes it.
Oh, I get it. You like being in nature.
what I've been imposed upon. I like when I have difficulties that I have to overcome. And camping is like one of those things. So for me, moving to a new place like Austin was like, yes, here we go. It's like I'm going to the gym today. I'm doing something that's different. I'm doing something that's like I signed up for a triathlon. I decided to fucking start swimming. I never swam before. Whatever it is, I think those things are important. And moving to a new place is akin in a lot of ways to the same experience you get when you try something new.
You should go down below Barton Springs.
I'm not going anywhere, bitch.
On Barton Springs. It's a big, exactly. It's a big walled off.
Yeah, it's a crazy cave system, right?
Well, yeah, but they've closed it with the COVID hysteria. But they're going to reopen it. But just south of it is the springs coming out, and then it goes about 400 yards to the river. No one's snorkeling in it. There's a few canoes. You get in that. There's carp, alligator gar, huge, like 10, 15-pound bass. It's better than the Caribbean. You want to go when it's like a sunny day so you can see everything.
Dude, you shouldn't put this online. People are going to know your spot. That's the problem.
They will know.
That's one thing that I found out when I first started hunting. I was like, oh, this is weird. People don't like to share spots. Like, here's a fucking controversy. The people that are really into hunting, okay, most regular folks, which I would have been for most of my life, most regular folks who have a limited income, you have to try to get a tag, right? So you sign up, you apply for a tag.
You get a lottery.
In Texas, Texas has very little public land.
I got a couple,
but like Nevada, Arizona, Montana, Wyoming, you pick spots, you apply for tags, and you might get them or you might not get them. And if you get them, like to be in a place like Wyoming and to be able to experience that and to be able to hunt elk, to be able to hunt all your meals for a year in the mountains, you and an animal, and you're wandering through the woods with a bow and arrow.
And that activates all the epigenetics, all the genetic memories.
There's some memories in there, son. Let me tell you, I didn't start bow hunting until I was 2016. So I was like 46 years old, 45 years old. There's some memories that are like buried deep in there.
There's something about shooting something with a bow. It's very satisfying.
It is
It's not the killing. It's like it's there and all this stuff activates it.
It's a part of, I think, like 1,000 years of genetics
or more. Well,
these people that evolved, they evolved figuring out how to use animal sinew and turn it into like some kind of a string, some kind of a harness.
That's what dentists and everybody are. They get high when they do it. Like people that do work or artwork or people that are exactly like when I've sat there and shot stuff at like 50, 60 yards with a crossbow. And just the satisfaction.
Listen to me. A crossbow's nonsense. You got to stop watching The Walking Dead.
I like both.
A crossbow is a shitty gun.
I agree. It's a bolt.
It's just a gun. It's a shitty gun.
Here's my. I never had a lot of time to hunt, but
it has a scope on it.
I've been bow hunting for a long time, and I'm just saying it's just fun. I did shoot a bunch of stuff with a crossbow. It's pretty fun.
Well, it's definitely better than a rifle in a weird way.
Bows are great too, but here's the thing I'm telling you.
But here's the weird way. You should always do the thing that's the most effective, right? So like if we use that 300 Win Mag, that's the most effective.
Here's the thing. We have a little ranch right outside town, and we need to clear the hogs off of it because they ate the baby deer and stuff. There's too many of them. It's about 50. So exactly that 300 Win Mag, 10 rounds. You could probably get out there and shoot 10 pigs and then you send the meat off, get it butchered, and give it to the homeless.
Well, also eat it. Here's the thing.
Oh, it's good. But I'm saying you can't eat 10 hogs.
You can eat one, but yeah.
Hey, call Pat Riley across the street. Have him bring the gun cam footage or the hunt footage we've got out there. I mean, it's amazing footage. I mean, it's like 50 hogs every night. Be ready to blast it.
if you wanted to look at like what's the most ethical method of hunting, the best method is an animal that you have to kill anyway. And you were like, why do you have to kill it? Like,
hogs have 3 litters a year. They're taking it. They eat the baby deer. They're taking over. It's an industrial creature we created. And once they're out there only for a year, long hair, huge tusk, they're vicious.
yeah, I think we need to let go the word we. Right?
Yeah.
I didn't create fucking wild hogs.
No.
Right? It's we.
They're just out there.
We's a bit. No, somebody did it.
Our ancestors were breeding pigs and they got out.
Dickheads that didn't understand biology. They brought some fucking wild, crazy pigs over from the other side of the world.
Yeah. They did it.
Yeah, they did. Here's a weird thing. Like,
now we got to kill them.
You know, they're all the same. Wild boars, domestic pigs.
It's the
same animal.
That's right. And a lot of folks think that a razorback or javelina is a pig. It's a totally different species. It's a pickering.
Yes. You know, Doug
You're
Stanhope.
talking to me like this right now.
I'm drunk.
Joe, I want to talk
You know,
to you
Doug
right
Stanhope,
Joe.
his neighbor, their dog got killed by one of those fucking crazy javelinas.
Yeah, those are horrible creatures.
They apparently they like ambushed it, where one of them like stood there and the other ones flanked it and attacked it from the side.
Yeah, they're evil. Pickerings, yeah, they'll run your dog down the side and fuck them.
Yeah, yeah. It's a weird animal.
That's a whole nother. It's not even the pig species. It's more like a cat.
Well, it's definitely not totally a pig.
It's closer related to a.
It looks close enough to a pig.
Hyena.
So I'm like, hey man, you guys.
I looked it up.
Know each other at all?
Guys, maybe I'm wrong. I'm remembering. Look up if a pickering or a razorback, what family it's in. I think it's closer related to a cat than it is to a pig.
Yeah, there's weird things that are related to cats. You ever have a Kopi Luwak coffee?
No.
Oh my God.
That's not even a real razorback though.
Kopi Luwak coffee is coffee that comes from a civet. So the civet eats the coffee beans
I've heard it craps it
and
out.
shits them out. And then people collect them and clean them up and then sell them. And it makes the best fucking coffee ever.
When you said if I tried it, I've heard of it.
It's so good. It's really good. Like it's a cat. Like a civet is kind of a cat. It's like real close.
By the way, do you have ragdoll?
You have a photograph of a civet?
By the way, do you have ragdoll cats?
Yeah. Hold on. Let's look at a civet.
Now, I wasn't trying to stalk you, but because I watch the show a lot. Today, I'm going, hey, you've got ragdoll cats. Tell Joe you've got them. So I didn't know you had ragdoll cats.
They're sweet cats.
They're smart.
Man. Well, they're really relaxed.
Pretty blue eyes. Yeah, there's your civet.
Yeah. So that animal shits out coffee beans. And then it's super expensive. It's called Kopi Luwak.
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
So is it really good?
It's really good. It's weird. It's like coffee, but like smoother. It's like coffee with a hug. Coffee with like a built-in hug, a natural, like more of like a hug instead of a pat on the back, like a rub.
I want to talk psychedelics.
Like a rub. Coffee with a rub. Like
you seem so satisfied, Joe. You're all about peacemaking and fixing everything.
Well, I think genuinely, all bullshit aside, if you're playing this weird game of life and you find certain mazes where you can traverse further than other people, I think it's important to relay what you've learned. And if I've learned anything, it's like there's a great benefit in just being nice, because people aren't just what they are. They're what they are when you approach them with your own bullshit. Everybody's different for different people.
Sure, I get it.
I have people that I'm really tight with, that people like, you know that guy? Like, what's he like? I'm like, oh, he's the nicest guy in the world. Like, oh man, me and him didn't get along. I'm like, because everybody's not the same thing when they interact with different people.
Sure, and what we're being told on the left, though, we all need to follow their rule. We are all the same, but we're not all the same.
The problem is the idea of the left. That's the real problem.
Well, I agree. They used to be the counterculture. What does the left become today? What does the left become today?
It's almost like there's like this weird sort of mold. We got to grab it and pull it away from reality. the left versus the right, whatever we want to call it. It's all nonsense. It's just a bunch of people.
Okay,
the problem is
censoring everybody that call themselves leftists.
Alex, we are dealing with the remnants of a savage past when people killed people with stone axe tools.
And now we do it with chemtrails and vaccines.
Slow down. My point is, we're connected with this idea that we have to, absolutely have to, be in opposition with each other.
No, I agree.
I don't think
we got to be Crips or Bloods. That's dumb.
It's nonsense. That's the weakness. The weakness is not like flip-flopping or reconsidering your opinions. The real weakness is the really thinking that people that are just marginally different from you in terms of the way they look at things, that those people are your enemy.
We have to stop seeing each other as the enemy.
But
that's what I want.
If we just talked 90%, I'm making up numbers, 97.8%.
But here's an example. Tim
of
Pool,
people who disagreed with other people.
I agree. Tim Pool, who's a mainline liberal who has a conscience.
He's not liberal.
He would call himself more of a liberal.
He wouldn't.
Well, he used to.
No.
Reformed liberal.
Listen, the best thing about Tim Pool is he doesn't think about that. He just looks at what's real.
Okay, so Tim Pool, the point is, I forget the point I was trying to get at here is.
I know I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. It's okay. What I'm trying to get at here is that, what was the point about Tim Pool?
He's got an awesome beanie.
His awesome beanie. No, he will come out and criticize Apple for literally lobbying against a U.S. law that condemns slave labor in China. And Apple literally, it has some of the worst contractors out there, Foxconn, the Suicide Nets, the Uyghurs. That's like in the Wall Street Journal, New York Times. If you have a question, I'll show it to you. My question is, how does Apple say I'm curated and banned because I've questioned public events and lie about me, but then they can help run death camps in China? I mean, all I'm saying is, wow, the average leftist is like pro-war now, and they like, slave labor in China.
I can't believe you went there.
What?
Can't believe it. It's true.
I've got it right here. Guys, pull up.
You don't have to.
It's even the Washington Post. Apple lobbies against anti-slave labor law. Just put it in. I mean, what the hell is going on here? These people are crazy.
What the hell is going on here?
Well, how does Tim Cook sit in judgment of me, and then Apple's doing it? And I got an Apple phone. I'm not even like, I'm a hypocrite. I'm not even, it works better than droids. All I'm saying is that I'm sitting here. There it is. Apple's lobbying its bill aimed at stopping forced labor in China. I mean, I
don't know if that's true. Washington Post. Damn.
That's Jeff Bezos. Baby.
That's heavy.
That's his little booty.
That's heavy. But Samsung makes a hell of a phone.
No. What I'm saying is that I'm not running forced labor camps where people are executed if they don't. I mean, that's what these Uyghur. I mean, I'm like, okay, I questioned some public events. No one ever covered it when I questioned Sandy Hook. I barely ever covered it. Years later, when I'm like, yeah, I think it happened, they go, oh, you made it all up to make money. It was like a blip on the radar screen. I'm sorry kids died, but I didn't do it. And then they make it by then. They're like, Jones is making his money. Meanwhile, I'm not running slave camps in China.
You know what would help? You're right. You are not running slave camps in China. But what would help is if you just were like, I fucked up.
I've said it 100 times.
I know. You got to say it again.
I believe it happened.
I know.
I believe mass
I know.
happening.
I know.
The internet.
I know. You got to say it again.
But
everybody has to say it again.
Lawyers and people know, though.
I know.
They milk it like Jones is attacking us again.
I understand. There's a complicated.
People walk up to me on the street. They go, fuck you, motherfucker. Stop going to the Sandy Hook parents' house and stop saying the kids didn't die. I go, hey, I never said go to their house, and I didn't say. I'm like, hey, I didn't say it for years. They don't care. They want to feel good.
I understand, but there's also this
because the news in my name says that.
Yes, but there's also
that's their excuse to say it.
I get it.
So how do I counter that? I'm ranting.
It's not that you should counter it. It's that all of us, everywhere, should recognize that people do things that they don't. after they did it, they think, oh, that was a mistake.
Yeah.
Or, oh, that wasn't right. And the problem with a person like yourself, who after 9/11, who was already in this weird state. So to explain to people from 2001 to 2010, like Alex had taken this position that there was a lot more to the official story than what meets the eye. Now, whether or not it was that was the United States was involved, or that was some sort of a, or there was some sort of like terrible mismanagement, or that they didn't have the proper security systems in place. There was so many different things. So from all those years after you did, that was like the number one thing you weren't allowed to say. You were never allowed to say, hey, how did this happen? You were never allowed to have alternative theories, even if they were wrong.
But
you
you're
weren't
right.
allowed to have
Because my lawyers are like, stop saying what you and I'm like, they're like asking us, well, why did you say Sandy Hook didn't happen? Well, the internet didn't believe it. I saw some anomalies, and used to back then. I thought everything was staged. I kind of grew
also
up.
you
They
were
go like, oh my! I'm being honest. Like no one's ever been honest to them.
yeah.
I'm like literally like
This is the thing. It's like exposing things that are uncomfortable but true is as important as anything that we do.
But if people have a right to expose something that's true,
yeah.
But sometimes you're going to be wrong.
Right. I
mean, but the point is, I didn't do it on purpose.
Here's the thing: there's not a discipline, right? There's not like if you want to earn a PhD in psychology, there's a discipline that you follow. If you want to earn, a fucking master's degree in economics, you have to go through steps, right? If you want to really figure out how you've been lied to, you have to be a courageous person. You have to maybe even be delusional, and you have to step out way on the end of that ledge. And you got to be able to get your fucking toes over that building and feel the air under your toes. You're on your own. And if you stay on that ledge with that wind under your toes for so long, you start thinking crazy shit, Alex Jones. And I'm sure that's where you were. I'm sure you were thinking crazy shit. Like you were thinking everything's fake. They're lying to us about everything. They fucking set it all up. It was a missile that hit the Pentagon. It was nonsense. It's like maybe that fucking plane was a hologram. I don't know what's going on. What happened to Flight 93? You start thinking crazy shit. Oh, goddamn. Go all the way back to Vietnam. What the fuck happened in the Gulf of Tonkin?
I mean,
what
and
happened?
The Gulf War, babies and incubators didn't happen.
Dick Cheney has a fucking artificial heart.
Jussie Smollett, it's like.
You remember when Dick Cheney's heart didn't show a pulse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a couple of years, they called him Darth Vader.
He had, look, I'm not saying Dick Cheney's a bad person.
No, you can pull this up. Dick Cheney.
I'm sure he's a good man.
No one lived more than a year. He lived 2 years on an outside blood pump that other people can't even handle. They say like. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. Crazy.
Dick Cheney's a tough son of a bitch.
He's a tough son of a bitch. I used to have a joke about Dick Cheney. How he went bird hunting and shot his friend in the face. That's how I know you're a bad motherfucker. You shoot your friend in the face and your friend apologizes. You remember that bit?
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I look like a bird. Let's let it go.
Dude, reportedly, Dick Cheney drinks like 3 bottles of whiskey today still.
I hope he does. I hope he's doing acid too. I hope he's doing acid, fucking taking ketamine, getting in a float tank, trying to figure it out.
Joe, I think you figured it out.
Psst, nonsense.
They're more like Buddha or Ganesh.
Well, Ganesh it's the god of like overcoming obstacles.
I like that.
Yeah. That's why I have Ganesh in the studio. I decided it sounds ridiculous.
Better than Buddha. I agree.
That's not better.
Not different. More to your liking.
I got Buddha in the studio too. But I think both ideas they're complementary.
So let's raise this. People really want the inside baseball. There's debates about everything.
Inside baseball.
Sometimes you didn't know what was going to come next. That's why things have changed. But talk about the Spotify deal, why you did it.
Can I pee first? I got to pee so
Let's take a break.
Take a break?
Yes.
We got to pee.
Everything good? This is the best ever, Joe.
We'll be right back. I got to pee so bad.
This is
is going to come down to a fight over how many people are awake and how many aren't. They're going to contest the election. They're going to say Trump lost. They're super pissed that I'm on air.
I want them shut down. I want them silenced. I want them muted. I think they are horrible for our society.
You kept us on air. We did the analysis first. It's now gone mainstream. We continue to be the epicenter. And what they've said directly to us is you continue to be the epicenter of our plans not going the way we want. And you need to stop right now. And they're very, very serious. Well, I'm not signing on with a bunch of devil-worshipping child molesters. It's not going to happen. So they are moving now to destroy me. I used to say support InfoWars, rescue InfoWars, save yourself, save the world. We're in this together. Because let me tell you something. Communism's up here. InfoWars is the dam blocking it, which is all of us together.
Most difficult to overcome in our pursuit for the understanding of the reality of the universe is tribal behavior. It's thinking that there's a team that's in opposition to you and your beliefs, which are righteous and true and good.
But if I don't have tribalism, somebody's going to overtake me. So I don't like
Yeah.
tribalism. It's a necessary evil. Like, I don't want a government, but I need a strong enough government that has limited government to protect me from tyrannical governments.
Right. I understand. I think maybe the solution is an understanding of tribalism and then an agreement to never engage in it. And when people do engage in it, you should look at those people as being foolish.
I agree. So we need a code of good versus bad,
Yeah.
positive versus sin.
Look,
Not the Christian cosmology of sin. What is a sin against humanity? I think lying. I think being a chicken shit. I think being a coward. I think
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
So what's
No.
evil?
Well, I think there's an inclination in people to not just survive, but to dominate those that maybe one day would challenge them. You know, there's a hierarchy of humans in war and in just, I mean, we see it in all kinds of animals. We see it in lions. I was watching a video the other day of a big male lion, and it was a young lion, and he bit the lion on the back and shook him around and broke his back. And the young lion was like crawling away. There's a weird competition between all organisms. And just because we're smart and we have credit cards and cell phones, it doesn't mean we're immune to the impulses of the universe wanting the most sturdy and aggressive and dominant and vibrant and productive version of whatever species or animal or anything.
Here we are together.
exists.
And
Oh, Jesus Christ.
and my question is, that's deep what you're saying, and they put a joke up, but keep it going. I agree. So we're losing our humanity.
Wow, that's a crazy video.
And losing the immediacy of the animal behavior, but it's in a modern version and now is all weird and creepy and fake passive aggressive energy. So all the aggressiveness is still there, and now it's all like in a velvet glove, or how would you describe it? Or is that
Some of it is passive aggressive and some of it is justified aggressive, and some of it is like ignoring your own personal faults to shit on other people to distract you from your own failures, aggression. There's a lot of different kinds of aggression, different motivations. And
Yeah,
it's
but
like,
just because you're giving up your ego, what about other people that are out of control coming after you? They're real dickheads out there. There you are.
imagine living in that world. Just imagine being a fucking wild lion. Oh,
Anyways, I interrupted your big, deep Zen moment. This is a big Zen
it's not
rant.
real. My Zen moment's not real. I'm drunk.
No, it's real. It's real because it's not real. No, but you're absolutely right. So how do we quantify between this weird, where we're still aggressive, we're still doing it all, but it's all hidden in weird theater?
I think the only way through it is to adopt some sort of principle of the least amount of conflict possible. And the more people adopt the idea of let's embrace the least amount of conflict possible and be as nice to each other as possible, even though you have good days and bad days, you're going to slip, you're going to fuck up, you're going to apologize. We're not math. We're a complicated, weird, biological organism that involves a lot of different fucking factors. There's a lot of shit happening with human beings in general, but we got to avoid conflict if at all possible. And too many people today are celebrating conflict. They're encouraging conflict.
It's dumb. And I used to,
It's
without
dumb.
even knowing, I've been feeding it.
They're living off of conflict.
I agree. I've been an addict of it and fighting the left, and I can't get out of it, and I want to stop. I don't want to hate the left. I don't want to be at war with them. And then they lie about me, so it makes me double down. It becomes mindless. Just, I don't know how to get out of this cycle.
One of the best ways to get out of it is stop considering yourself as left or right.
No, I used to say, don't be left, right.
Don't even forget left. It's not really left. It's a small percentage.
It's a political, weird fascist stuff.
It's the extremes of each side always define what we consider to be that side, right? The extreme right is like people that like somehow or another like justify the people in Charlottesville or justify things that we know are fucked up about the way Native Americans were handled in this country. And you think about things on the left. What do you think about? Like automatically, you think about
slavery, Native Americans.
That's what you think?
No. I mean, they're saying we're doing that. No, I think about the left, communists, collapsing countries.
Yeah,
a bunch of BS. Like they sounds all great. They tell you a bunch of lies. Everything falls apart.
But they want to be right. They want.
I think about the left. The reason I said that I think about the left, like just saying I'm a Nazi, which is ridiculous.
But my point is, I think the worst part about this is not the ideas that oppose each other, because I think most of those can be worked out. The worst part about it is that you feel like there has to be my side and the side that is taking a different position, and I want to fight them. I want to argue with them. I want to figure out how I'm right and they're wrong, and I don't want to listen to them. I'm already committed to my idea.
Okay, you put all your thought into not hearing what they say.
Yeah. You get committed to their idea.
And in a way, by committing to that, they dominate you. Well, what I found is like obsessing on the left and like getting mad at them makes them run my life. It's like a form of worship.
Yeah.
And I don't want to.
They're not doing it.
Worship Joe Biden. I don't ever see him again. I don't.
You're doing it to yourself. You're doing it to yourself. You're allowing yourself to get caught in it.
Well, I'll say this because, you know, you're a little bit older than I am. And I know you've been as high strung as I have. You've gotten better. I'm getting just now better at not staying mad all the time because I can't do it anymore. Man.
But Alex, we don't exist in a vacuum. That's what I'm saying. Like you'll get better by hanging out with other people who have figured out how to handle it. And that's what you were missing for a long time. I think you were in isolation. And I think that's one of the worst things that can happen to any of us.
So it's true. I've been like all the media, everything, like I feel like I'm alone.
Well, it can happen to any of us, you know, and it's a natural inclination to sort of like defend your own self. And if the best way to defend yourself is to pile on and to jump on to someone else that's in trouble, people automatically do it. So if you say something that's good, nobody ever wants to risk themselves and go, yo, I know whatever you think about Alex Jones, but look at this. This is correct. Watch this. This is accurate. Look what he said about this. It's come to pass. Like, no, there's a lot of people that they only want to be binary. They want to be 1 or 0. They want to be yes or no,
which is very robotic.
It's robotic.
So my point of bringing up Apple,
it's not honest.
I agree, but my point of bringing up Apple is not even to make points against Apple. They're out thought policing, shutting down nationalist patriots, doing all this, and then
Apple's doing that.
Oh yeah, they're heavily involved in censorship. But they get money the groups to do it. But what I'm saying is they're running some of the most oppressive facilities in China, and the left. I would have more respect if they attacked me, and then attack what they were. They don't. It's like they don't care about war. They don't care about slave camps.
Yeah,
they're just like, oh, you support Trump. Which here's the thing. Before Trump got elected, I had money in the bank. I was great. I had sponsors. I had everything. People think like I was supporting Trump because it was all this money. Supporting Trump almost got me destroyed. And Trump's not perfect, but it becomes this weird paradox where I've sacrificed so much to support Trump, and then all it's gotten me is pain. And then he starts failing. It's just sick. It's sick. It's sick to be. I don't know how to explain it. They thought they would get at Trump by taking everything I said out of context. They ran against Trump the last few months on me. Hundreds of millions of dollars reported. It's on record they spent with Alex Jones ads on TV. Jones runs Trump. None of that was true. Trump barely listened to me. And it's just the truth. And then it turns in like they believe I'm Trump. It's like totally insane.
Well, when I met you, you were against George Bush.
I was called a communist.
Yeah, George W. Bush. You were protesting at some of his rallies, and you got arrested. And that's around the time I met you. And you were explaining to me why you did it and like what it was all about. It was like, I think I met you right after that.
They had me
happened, right?
arrested like right at, like
Yeah.
2000.
Was
90
that after? Was that
No,
was it in the
1998.
90s?
1998. He had me.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask him a question.
If I remember right, it was like I met you right after it happened.
It was like 1998.
I think it had happened, and I met you like 6 months later or something like that.
Yeah, Kevin Booth
Yeah.
was like filming you at the comedy deal. I came and I was just there.
And you were telling me about it, and then I watched the video. I was like, "Holy shit!" Like,
and then like 2 years later, we shot a video
yeah.
during the contested election, making fun of the Bushes.
Well, you and I dressed up. I dressed up like I dressed up like junior, and you were senior.
Yeah. And I was in a wheelchair.
And we went running around. Was this
Capitol.
the Capitol? And we smoked a little weed, allegedly, in a bathroom somewhere.
Did you think back
allegedly.
then, 20 years ago, you'd be invited to the governor's mansion 20 years later?
No. Who could
There
have
we are.
possibly thought that? Yeah, that was a fun time, dude. And you smoked weed and you went, I don't like this shit. It makes me paranoid.
Good memory. Yeah, look at this. This is shot on 35 millimeter.
It's amazing. Those fun times. Yeah, we met students down there, took pictures with them, dressed up like George W. and George Herbert Walker. Fun times. That was fun.
It's just so weird how the universe works. So you're amped up. I mean, you're not this let's say long spoken on your own thing. I'm glad to have you here.
No, I am.
No, Joe, and I watch all the time. You're on fire right now. What else you want to lay on people?
Lay on people.
No, I mean, you're laying it out. Fuck.
I think we laid it out, Alex.
No, you're not done.
No. I'm not saying we should end, but I'm saying we kind of laid out what we're saying. Like, I think the only way out of this is for everybody to make a commitment to try to encounter and encourage and engage in the least amount of conflict possible.
So how do I reach out to the left?
It's not, we all have to reach out to each other. We all have to just accept it. Like people have to be able to forgive people. The way you treat people, if you forgive someone or if you don't, it changes who they are and it changes who you are. And oftentimes, if you make the leap and you encourage a warmer, friendlier, more loving way of interacting with each other, other people, they jump in too. And when they jump into, you can work it out. Or you can jump in the wrong way and they can aggressively encounter you and react to you. And then you react to them. And then it gets inflated and becomes something.
No, I get it. Because I'm a slave to interaction. And it's true. However somebody reacts to me, I tend to match that.
We are all, Alex, we are all that. We are all that. Everyone is. It's a lie to think that none of us are malleable. All human beings are. We're a conglomeration of the ideas and the love we have experienced and the friendship we have encountered and the life we have lived.
So how does that work?
With all of us. That's what you're not just you. We're you and everyone you know, and you're different around different people. And one of the things that I've said about you is you and I together, when we talk about things, it's much more reasonable because you know that I'm not bullshitting you when I say, wait, why is that? And who said that? Are you sure? And then we stop and we look at it and we find out it's true. You know that if I found out it's true, I'm like, holy shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, and sometimes
I'm not going to fight you on it.
Sometimes
I'm going to ask you more questions, and then you'll ask me another question, and then we'll go Google it, and we'll, oh my God,
but
that's
I'll go
true
back
too.
to the big question. You said there wasn't a moment. You got your family on board. What was the moment to move to Spotify? You said the moment to move to Texas. What was the moment to move? And because now, as of today, your main catalog is now at Spotify.
Yeah.
I've been a member for 8-9 years. No, but let's plug Spotify.
That's the Alex Jones music.
No, because I mean, I love you exercising your free will, going to a place where we were told you'd have freedom.
Well,
you kind of told me the last.
What they want to do is just have the show be the show. And just have it be on Spotify. They have given me zero pressure in any way to make it something different than it was before. They want it to be what it is. And the fact that they have a vested interest in the show being successful is why I was interested in doing it. It sounds like one of the problems with like if you're on YouTube or Vimeo And those are amazing platforms. There's a real great,
But there's not a real agreement. There's not a marriage.
No, right. They
You're
kind
the
of have,
deference. You're like a house guest.
well, you're someone who makes them money, but there's a lot of people who make money on YouTube. Like
So you didn't like the
I'm a
fact that
drop.
you didn't like the fact that, correct me if I'm wrong, that there wasn't a real contractual relationship where you weren't the bitch.
It's not that I didn't like it. It's just that what Spotify, what they proposed was much more attractive. It made more sense. It was like,
But with
listen,
Google or
let's
YouTube,
just
they
like
can get
let
rid of
you
anytime they want.
be.
We'll start over then. I'm sorry, but
Their idea was like, let you be who you are. Like, we don't think you're anything. When people say negative things about me, or they take things out of context, there's people that just want to look at that and go, oh, that's that person, and they put it in this little category. And Spotify has never done that. And while we've been doing these shows together and doing all those things and getting ready for December 1st, their message from the beginning has been just do what you do. Just do what you do.
no, I understand from your perspective, which is totally right. It's over half the equation. You went there because of freedom. I'm saying the contract and the money is the proof of that. Hey, you do whatever you want. Because because I know because of Google and Apple and all of them.
Yeah, but
you serve at their deference. You bring the audience, you bring everything, the prestige, and then you're like literally someone that has no claim on what you built.
Right. But you have to be able to defend what you're doing. This is the difference. It's like, look, you can say, hey, what I'm doing is financially viable. What I'm doing is beneficial to your corporation, but you have to be able to defend what you're saying. That's the thing. Like, you can't, whether or not it's successful financially, you have to be able to defend what you're saying. So that if they get mad at any particular episode, like the one that you and I did, I have to be able to defend what we're saying. And so if
I like
if
the
they're
fact you
wrong,
get to defend.
but if they're right, and that's one of the beautiful things about being with Spotify.
At least
They
you get
gave me-
to defend yourself.
And they looked at it, they examined it, they watched the whole podcast, and they said, there's nothing in here that violates any of our rules. That everything you said, we
and they said,
double checked
it's in the article. They said what they said Jones said he did not say.
Right. Well, that was the problem, is that people that are ideologically opposed to what they think you are will all of a sudden they'll write these stories and expect people to comply, and they'll say things that you said that are a misinterpretation of what you actually said, and they'll do it in that way disingenuously to try to get people to believe their point of view and to ignore your point of view or anybody else's point of view. And this is just a problem with it's a tribal problem, and it's a problem with where we are as people today, is that we want to pretend that we have it figured out and nobody has any other valuable idea.
The cult. We need to get out of cults.
We're all in cults. In a way, we're in like mild, easygoing cults. Like if you're in a marriage, but you're swingers and you're allowed to bang each other, like other people too. Like, this is the thing. It's like you're allowed to have other ideas, but the whole idea of who you are and what life is mostly shaped by what you think is going to give you the least resistance from the people that are around you.
But that's the liberals I always liked, was the fact that they were open and free and believe in speech. And even though I didn't agree with them on some points, they agree with my overall freedom.
I'm so high, I don't even know what I just said.
You said something really smart. Joe, you're saying I'm not a bullshitter.
I believe you. I was just thinking right after I said that, I was like, I'm not sure that made sense. That one might have got away from me. Nah, that one might have got away from me.
No. I think you're having a moment of doubt, like I had when I was on your show. No, what you just said is totally true.
It might have been. I was free balling.
No, it's about total free will. Super heavy what you just laid out.
Well, I think there's a real problem with ideologies, is that like we naturally want to be connected to people that will protect us. And then we think if I subscribe to this ideology, they will protect me, whether it's Mormonism or Scientology or liberalism or progressivism or
I agree. We should look at
conservatism or nationalism. Like, there's a lot of these really wacky definitions for what a human being is.
And I would rather a pro-human futurism.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is I think we need to abandon all of them, because we need to just look at how we think about things. And when we define ourselves as red or blue, that's a trap.
So you're a very empathic person.
Allegedly. I don't know what that means exactly. It means you
No,
have empathy.
You're absorbing things.
Yeah.
So pulling back from this, if we don't criticize communist China,
Damn, how did we get here?
we're done, because communist China on their own records have killed 100 million people, and their system is a global social credit score and no free speech and absolute robot control. The robots are here. My view is we have to use our own nationalism, which has failed and has problems and is cultic, but our cult's better than their cult. Humans organizing cults, it's our nature. I agree we should transcend it. You're at that point, Joe. I can see up on the mountain. I get where you're going. I'm just saying, when you're in a crisis, though, it's like the lower brain. It is the nationalist cult of free market and money and family and God and guns and everything that's going to counter the Chi-Coms, where, man, you work 18 hours a day. And if you complain, your ass is dead, because the global model is communist China. And all I'm saying is they're taking over. So what do we do about that?
First of all, whenever you're in a situation where you're coming to me for global advice, we got real problems. Got real problems, Alex Jones.
You know, Joe, you deflect, and I've known you 22 years, because you know all the conspiracies, all the documents. I mean, I'll talk to you. You know something right when I tell you, and then you just go, "Oh," because you're the king of deflection. When you know,
no,
you're like, "I'm just a regular."
No,
Joe.
no. But honestly, I do look at it like when you say, like, what do we do about it? If you could wave a magic wand, you'd make them all do mushrooms, all of them. Just all of them. Everybody. Anybody in a position of power, anybody locked into an ideology, anybody who believes nonsense, anybody who believes things that they know aren't true.
I'll come clean.
But they'll fight for them. Do you know people that know that the things they believe aren't true, but yet they'll get angry at you and fight for them? There's a weirdness to that.
No, there's no doubt that if more people took hallucinogens, they would. But then some will go crazy.
Some will go crazy. Yeah. Some kids break their legs.
No, but when you see like an Islamic leader, you can tell they've never taken a hit of acid.
I don't know about that. Maybe they took too much.
No, those guys are all like completely.
Maybe not. I don't know. I don't want to generalize on any people from
Osama bin Laden ain't taking no drugs.
I don't think he took too much acid.
No.
If I had to guess.
No, it's all like.
Wasn't that against his religion?
Yeah, he won't take any.
Well,
what was the first hallucinogen you took?
I think I consider marijuana a hallucinogen because in large quantities, you know,
it's in the same family.
Yeah, and if you do it, well, family in what way? Like,
well, it's the same. It's listed as by the DEA. It's listed as a.
Oh, right. But that's a weird thing, man.
Well, no, but the receptors it hits. I'm not like a DEA fan or anything. The receptors it hits are in the same family. They just don't hit it.
That's
hard.
Another T-shirt for AlexJones.com.
What?
I'm not like a DEA fan or anything.
No, I mean, they're right. If you had to list it, okay, is it a downer? Is it an upper?
Right.
You know,
it's a weird thing. Yeah, it's definitely psychoactive, right? And again, if you take it in oral form, it's real psychoactive. That's way stronger, super potent. Like people that have mixed edibles together, they didn't know what they were doing, have these crazy psychedelic experiences. They feel like they're dying. They literally go to like the gates of hell and they get pulled back into 2020.
What was the UFC you invited me to in Houston like 8-9 years ago with Joey Diaz?
Didn't you guys allegedly do acid? Allegedly?
Well, let's go back. Joey Diaz, that was another time. Joey Diaz hands me a cookie in Houston. I see you, we ate Mexican food. And he goes, I was like, whatever. I mean, I couldn't get out of the chair. So I'm watching the whole day of fights because it was like 2:00. And finally you're up there announcing and I'm pissing my pants. Because I never pissed my pants my whole life. I couldn't get up. I swear to God.
Did we go to dinner that night?
We did.
Yeah.
I was like crawling around the ground.
And you couldn't imagine. You were like, how high did I get? What happened? Yeah. Marijuana is not just marijuana. When you eat it,
I remember that. I remember
Yeah. There's actually a chemical thing that people make fun of me for bringing up, but it's true. that when you eat marijuana, it gets processed by your liver. There's something called a 1-pass, and it produces something called 11-hydroxy metabolite. So THC becomes 11-hydroxy metabolite as it's processed through the liver, and that it doesn't really exist in psychoactive forms when you smoke it. It's too little a dose. When you eat it, it's this different feeling. So it's a totally different psychedelic. So,
yeah, it's super hardcore.
Yeah, 11-hydroxy it's like an acid or a mushroom. And if you get enough of it, if you get like a big dose, you're like, you're living in some Coraline.
Dude, I was
movie.
stuck in that chair for 8 hours.
Yeah, you can get.
And Joey kept laughing about it. He was like in the second row because the media's in the front row, as you know. He's like, motherfucker.
Yeah. If the devil
laughing,
if the devil really owned a disco and everything that people said about him was like really fake news and he was really not a bad guy, just had a bad publicity team, Joey Diaz would be the gatekeeper for Satan's lair. He would be the guy handing you out free edibles, letting you freak the fuck out but still survive. You're like, ha ha ha. He would do that to people. He'd give people some fucking strong edibles and they'd make it through. And on the other end, they'd be like,
he's like, here's a cookie, no big deal. Go ahead.
No big deal.
He goes, but maybe eat a little piece. And then all of a sudden I go, he goes,
and it tastes good.
Oh, you ate it. Oh, God. Oh.
Yeah, you ate 250 milligrams, son. That's a crazy number. Like a really potent number is 10 milligrams. 10 milligrams like makes most people go, wow.
Dude, I was high 3 days later. No, you know what I mean? Like still like what?
I'm not surprised. Joey probably was too. Those were in this.
He goes,
Joey
I couldn't
Diaz.
believe you ate the whole cookie like that. Not like
If there was a documentary that said Joey Diaz ... stay high, that would be Joey. And like that era, Joey just kept going. Joey was just edibles, smoking it, bongs.
like, let me tell you, the reason you got tickets and everything, Joe likes you, but I wanted you to be here. Now here's your cookie.
Here's a cookie, cocksucker. Here's a cookie.
Like, oh, it's a real weak cookie. Just eat the cookie.
You want to meet the devil? That's what he would tell you.
I think he said something. He's like, actually, he's like, oh, it's not that strong. Oh, watch out though.
No, he would just tell me, you want to meet the devil? I'm like, oh my God, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? He had these stars of death. They're famous. They're infamous. One of his buddies made these things. They were these stars. There were 250 milligrams of THC. I saw Joey take 2 of them when we were on an airplane together. He just took 2 of them and, ha, 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 and he just starts chewing them down. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so scared. I was so scared.
So how strong do you think that cookie was he gave me?
Really strong.
Yeah.
Really,
he was
really,
laughing.
Really, 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 really strong. Like if you had schizophrenia, it would have pulled it out. It would have pulled it out like a fucking carrot in Bugs Bunny's garden. That's a big dose, man. That's a dose that cracks a lot of people. If you're on the edge and you don't eat weed and someone gives you a 250 milligram edible, oh my God, you could have real issues. Yeah. It's not recommended. You know what it's like? It's like rock climbing. Should you be allowed to do that? Yeah. But do you know what you're doing? Like, how long do you think this is going to take you? What's your plan?
That's the most extreme sport, right?
Rock climbing? I mean, I don't
remember your old Mount Everest joke. Like,
yeah, I don't know if that's the most. I think fighting is. I think fighting is.
Well,
the
I
most
get it, but
extreme.
I mean, I would rather get in a fight than climb Mount Everest. That
Right.
sounds like a freaking
Right.
beating, man.
Or climb any mountain, right?
Yeah, no, I've climbed like 10,000 foot ones. It's horrible.
Fuck all that, right?
I'd rather get in a fight.
Yeah.
I get a fight's more intense and more, but I mean,
Right, but you're right. Like if you fall from 500 feet, you are dead.
Yeah.
You're dead. There is no getting around it. Like when you watch that Free Solo movie, that Alex Honnold movie, when he's climbing up the side of El Capitan, right? Was that what it was?
Yeah.
That mountain? And no ropes, no nothing.
no, it's like Superman. It's like,
You're like, Jesus Christ, because you know any fuck up he makes is just death. Death. No getting away from it. When you're at 700 feet, that's just death. You got to grab everything. Everything you're holding on to is just keeping you from death. and you're creeping your way up the side of this fucking mountain.
By the way, it's free. License this for Netflix anywhere. Joe, you're on. This is going to be a famous interview. No, I'm not. What's going on with you? I watch your show all the time, almost every day. Today, you're particularly wild, man. What the hell's going on? You even told me, watch this interview today. I'm going wild. You're on fire.
We're on fire, Jim. Huh? Yeah.
So tell me about Spotify while you're here. The whole catalog's now on Spotify. A lot of it's not available on YouTube.
Yeah, there's only 100 that are going to be on YouTube. And
I was very proud this morning. I stalked it at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So I opened my phone up. I turned it on like 5:30. I'm getting coffee. Like, Joe Rogan's deleting your episodes. I went and looked. They're all there.
Yeah, they're all there now. Yeah. There's certain conversations that you have to have when you get into business with somebody, right? Like getting into business with someone like Spotify. It's like the only way I'd be willing to do it is if they didn't really want me to change what I do. But maybe there's a way to let people know what I actually do versus what you think I do. So I could get defensive and I could say, hey, that's not what I do. This is what I do. And then we're in an argument. Or I could just say, just please listen to what I actually say. Listen to what I actually do. And if you do that, well, I think all of us, right, left, center, extremes on both sides, we can all agree that what is really fucking missing is communication. And no one feels like their voice is heard. And the best way to get your voice heard at all is shouting, whether it's on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube. The best way to get heard is to fucking shout.
No, you're right. You're right. I did that myself.
But that's not necessarily the best voice.
There's no effect.
Right. And it's not necessarily the best voice in terms of like, what's the best idea?
Well, exactly. You get attention, but it doesn't do anything. So you brought this up an hour ago. You've been very gracious with your time, but let's go back to the universe. Joe, I'm not dodging the question. You're not dodging the question. It's a heavy question. I don't know how to answer it. Gut level, you're very spiritual, connected level. What is the universe? Because I've had a vision of it.
Here's the most terrifying description. That it is like, if you could just, here's what's conflicting, right? If you could live your life the way you live your life right now, if you love your wife and you love your family, you love your friends, you love your job, wouldn't you want to do this forever? And I can tell you right now, I would be happy to do this forever. I don't need to come to some new place. I don't need to expand to some new dimension of the universe. If I could just do this right now forever, I would be happy. And I don't know if anybody knows where this is going to go. And I don't think anybody does. I think the best thing you could do is just be happy. You got to figure out a way to be happy. Don't be happy because of you got this, or because you got that, or because your opinion on this was found to be more valuable or more popular. Instead, just figure out how to be happy. And I really do believe this, that the very best way to be happier is to be in harmony with other people, to have more friends, to be more like, if you have had conflict with people, to work it out, to expand your range of friends, to be kind to people, to make people feel more comforting, and to recognize that who a person is not just who a person is in a vacuum. They're how who a person is.
They're not that fake snapshot.
They're also reacting to you. You're responsible. It's like people are a formulation. When they get together, it's not one person.
It's a bunch of projections together.
There's a lot of shit happening, and we all need to accept that. And it seems like a simplistic thing to talk about. Seems like a small thing to do. But if we can figure out how to do that, I honestly, earnestly believe that we can work our way towards middle ground and have a new ethic for how we approach and how we appreciate each other. Because I think we approach and appreciate each other based on whether or not we're on the same team. And I don't think that's valuable for anybody. I don't think it's valuable for left or for right. I think that all that shit I think we got to approach and appreciate each other based on only ideas and only like abandoning preconceived notions of who the other person is and what their end goals and what they're working towards are. And instead to look at each other and say, I assure you that I want what's best for my friends and for my loved ones and for my family. And I assume you want the same for your friends and your family and your loved ones. Let's work this out. Let's just be friends instead of being left and right and left and fucking
No,
left.
I'm
center
totally sold on what you're saying.
Oh.
I think the viewers are sold on what you're saying, and that's from a place of experience and what you've gone through. So I don't really see how that can even be responded to. It's absolutely true, but then when you're trying to communicate with people that don't have the sparks, have never gotten there, what is the hierarchy of getting them to that point where we can actually interface and empower each other?
Well, we have to recognize that it's very attractive to be sucked into the ideology of one side or the other, and you're rewarded for it. If you're rewarded for being a Republican, you're rewarded for being a liberal. You're rewarded for all these things, and if you sort of give into the love and give into whatever influence that the people that like you the most like shine your way, you'll become very, very sucked into that ideology. And that's really common.
And what you're saying is true, though. And I'm not just saying, you're absolutely right. Because I tend to keep hammering the enemy's energy.
Yeah.
I've said this, I feel like I'm becoming its slave.
Exactly.
I'm getting more powerful while it's getting more powerful. I want to like make it,
it's a bad exchange.
The fire stogie up?
Because sure. It's a bad exchange.
Cigars, these little ones.
Okay, fella. This one has a clipper. I got this little thing here, but it's a bad exchange because when it's happening, it's like no one's getting the best of the situation. It's like there's a certain amount of resources, right? Like if you all have a certain amount of wood and you all have a certain amount of gasoline, and you're having arguments over who should get how much gasoline and who should get how much wood, and you're like, "Fuck you! I'm lighting it on fire," and you pour the gasoline on the wood and torch it, and it fucks everybody over. It fucks you over. It fucks them over. And you're like, yeah, well, fuck you. And they're on the other side of the flames. Fuck you. And no one is benefiting from this.
So what is the energy force that's manipulating that?
Ego and chimpanzee DNA.
Yeah, there's something else. There's an outside force.
Yeah, there's that too. But I think that's a part of ego and chimpanzee DNA. I don't think that should be ignored. I think there's a thing to yeah, fella.
Thanks, sir.
Fire this bitch up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Wow, what is this?
That's like it's got a clipper on the bottom of it. Oh yeah, yeah, you go.
Wow, that's like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I know it sounds radical and ridiculous. I know it sounds really simplistic.
Every single Jedi is now an enemy of the Republic.
All the shit that I'm saying, all the shit that we're saying.
That is the best. That's the coolest ladder I've ever seen.
It's a good ladder. So
sell those. Jesus.
Calibri. Shout out to your boy.
This is delicious.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But my point is that there's no benefit in fighting, and that there's real shit.
Because the universe has unlimited resources.
Allegedly. I don't
but
know.
I mean,
I don't know about around
one
here.
guy wants your wife.
Yeah.
You don't want him to have it. You can't have everything.
Yes.
A lot of people want what we got.
Yeah. Well, that's a natural thing about
people. They
people.
won't play our game of like, let's be competitive. Let's all get better together.
No.
They want to run a monopoly.
Well, if you can run a monopoly, most of the time people do run a monopoly.
Yeah, they suck.
Most of the time. The only thing that separates...
InfoWars has done one thing, Joe. It ain't about monopolies. And neither are you. That's good.
Yes. Agreed. But there's people that think that, like everybody that's ever been a governor or a mayor or a president or congressman or a senator, there's people that have this opinion. There's only one way to get into that spot. You got to play ball, right?
I find individuals work for individualism. They fail. If something is about the greater empowerment of humanity, I just find it wins because the will of the people's behind it. And so stuff I do is not about my personal power. I do it because I believe in humanity. And it's not that we're perfect, but I try to make pro-human decisions I found there's a lot of will behind it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you do? What you do at this point is how much of it is based on momentum, right? Like how much of it is based on like how much you've done in the past and the path that you're on and the criticism you've received and the positive appreciation that you've received and how you like sort of like make your way through the breeze. How much do you think about that?
Yeah, I think about it all the time. That's the biggest question. Why are we who we are? What is our mission? What makes us tick? You know, I got into this because I saw a lot of America hating and capitalism being attacked, and I knew the other systems didn't work. So I found out the big money wanted to create a monopoly. It was actually anti-free market. And so it was an us against them, David versus Goliath thing from the beginning for me. And then I found out how real, because I was reading like what Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote, what Henry Kissinger wrote, what David Rockefeller wrote, what Henry Kissinger's subordinates wrote, like Rothkopf. And so I really, this is the point I want to bring up today. I don't know what you call the school of studying what the actual globalists do, because they all write about it, they communicate. No one covers it. If you talk about it, you're attacked. And they all write books and white papers constantly admitting post-human world, genetic engineering, depopulate the planet.
Maybe the good news is no one reads books anymore.
No, I hear you, but no, I agree. But what I'm saying is they're up there all communicating about all of this.
Yeah.
What was your question? I'm sorry.
I don't remember.
No, but it was a good question. It's like, here's what I'm saying is that I study what they really do. And what they say they're going to do 50 years ago, they do.
Yeah.
David Rockefeller, these people are powerful, man. Klaus Schwab, Jean-Claude Juncker. I mean, these people are Nazi heirs. They ain't playing games, man.
What are they playing?
Dude, that's like the real James Bond villain right there.
Let me pee again, and we'll come right back and discuss this James Bond villain.
Exciting conclusion with Klaus Schwab and Joe Rogan. Straight ahead. There's a reason the globalists are fighting so hard to shut us down. They know the spirit of 1776, the spirit of the Renaissance, shines brightly from InfoWars. That spirit of fighting evil is growing stronger, not weaker under attack, because your will is strong. And make no mistake, this is a war of wills. InfoWars' main mission. Modern Paul Revere's. It's critical for all Americans. And when you support it by funding our operations,
it would be fun. It'd be ridiculous. And if you're not in that room, it's easy to judge. And if you disagree with some perspectives, it's easy to demonize. And it's easy to isolate, and it's easy to polarize. It's easy to separate yourself as far as possible from anybody that opposes whatever you think. But if you can just stop for a second, stop doing that for a second, and recognize that if you were just in the room with a person and you both had a couple of drinks or you smoked a little pot, and you're like, I get you, man. I respect you.
Start respecting free speech.
I understand your perspective. You have to respect free speech, because if you don't, what happens is people, they crystallize and polarize the opposite ends of the extremes. It's natural. Well, they think that they're not being perfected. Well, they think they're not being protected and they can't express themselves. They crystallize. They go far right and far left. It gets very fucking weird.
I agree. So what are you going to do in the year 2021? What's your gut level is going to happen? What's your mission? Spotify, tell us about that.
I don't have any mission. My mission is to keep doing what I'm doing. Just do stand up, do podcasts, talk, say what I actually think about things, apologize if I fuck up, don't if I didn't, and figure out a way where I could be as honest as I can about everything that I feel, about everything that happens. And I think that we're in a weird spot where that's a difficult thing to do. And I don't understand how that happened. I don't understand how people got so nervous about other people's opinions and social media, and you can't even discuss or engage in controversial ideas, and you can't grow.
That's
You're
dangerous.
stuck. You're stuck to a snapshot of who you were 3 years ago,
so Joe, let's just say
10 years ago, 20 years ago. You're stuck.
The weird thing about the archetypal universe is we are
what?
pulled archetypal universe.
Archetypal.
You know, just the fact that things are symbols, things are what they are, things attract, things repel. You're in Austin, I'm in Austin. We're talking about these huge, giant events. And if you had to say,
where are you looking?
Just right up there.
What's up there?
Joe, what I'm trying to say is, I want you to listen to me right now, Joe. Come on, let's talk about the big enchilada right now. What I'm trying to say is that you cannot doubt in the whole world, because English is the world language. The U.S. is the center of the media still. You say what you want about the Chi-Coms. They don't have a political or media culture.
What's a Chi-Com?
Communist Chinese.
Oh.
That's the big competing enemy.
Communist.
Yeah, not the people of China. They're great people, but the actual people running.
Oh, sure.
What is it like to be, the main oracle? Because you can say, like, Jimmy Carson was this guy, Walter Cronkite was that guy. You're kind of that fused together. You have the audience or bigger. When every other media has been atomized, InfoWars is a close second or whatever, but it doesn't matter. It's not about that. You're in the position of being the oracle. What is that like? Oracle of Delphi right now.
Well, you're definitely not helping me with your weird description of what I do, because it's not accurate, nor is it respectful. It's ridiculous.
Respectful?
How dare you?
How dare? No, seriously.
I think it's
Jimmy Carson, the guy everybody tunes into the most. Walter Cronkite, people trust. People like you, Joe. They know you're real. So now that was an incredibly accurate, truthful representation.
That's very nice of you.
And I'm saying, what is it like?
Don't do that shit when I'm in the room.
Okay, well, no, that's not a power trip. No, I'm serious. to be in the oracle position. It ain't Walter Cronkite.
Well, here's the best that I can offer. It's not accurate that I should. I don't know any more than anybody does. So the best that I could offer is to tell you that, and to tell you if I find some things that are interesting in one way or another, I'll tell you about them. And I'm going to do my best to just get the fuck out of the way and to have as little of my own stupid ideas and moronic tendencies to get in the way of what I say. And I look at it the same way I look at trying to get good at anything, whether it's trying to get good at learning how to draw or a martial art or piano, or I would imagine everything that's ever difficult for people to do. It's hard to get good at stuff. And if you're trying to get good at podcasts and you realize along the way, like, oh, wow, this is a thing that I didn't think it was. I used to think it was just me and my friends talking shit. Now I realize it's a platform for people to explore ideas that you're not hearing from people that you don't necessarily align with in the first place.
So it's long form communication.
But these people that you're hearing from in mainstream media outlets, they don't necessarily make sense to you. You're bored by them. They don't resonate with you. I don't know anybody like that dude, And then if someone comes along on any kind of alternative platform like YouTube, and there's a lot of people on YouTube that have really successful shows now because they're just themselves. And
that's what folks are looking for.
That's what folks are looking for. What I represent is like a weird bridge. It's like I've kind of figured out what these other people have figured out. The people on YouTube, the independent podcasts, all these people that are just doing what they want and saying what they want and how they feel. But I've already done the other stuff too. I've done a little bit of regular TV. So I understand the beast of entertainment.
I just have a lot of fun with you, Joe.
I have a lot of fun with you too.
Let me just say this. I got to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
No, you can't recreate a magic moment.
No, I know. But I mean, you're absolutely right about all this. And
that moment where you like this, that's a giant meme now.
Yeah, do it again. Like
that moment where you're sitting there like, I'm going to be honest with you. That is a meme, man.
But that's what you were saying. You're knowledgeable enough to know you don't know everything. Socrates said, I know enough to know I know nothing.
I'm not that knowledgeable, but what I am is honest about what I know about. And I get out of my own lane sometimes, and my ego gets the best of me.
This isn't about kissing your ass, but I've known you for a long time.
The reality is, I just want to say that the reality is, like, I know, like, when I say I'm a moron, I kind of think everyone is, but I kind of think that, like, certain people that are geniuses, if you tried to get them to, like, write songs, I don't think they'd be able to do it. It would look stupid.
It's not just, as you know, not just IQ or this or that test. There's all these forms of intelligence. So some of the best mathematicians have Asperger's. They can't tie their shoelaces or cook dinner. And so some of the best musicians are weird too. I'm saying we have to accept all of humanity, which I know you're doing. I'm saying to the globalists, and see that all of it fits into the larger plan instead of just saying,
Here's
no.
another t-shirt. The globalists need mushrooms.
I agree.
Infowars.com.
I'm stealing it all. Joe Rogan endorses it. The globalists need mushrooms.
Take
Joe,
it. Make a fucking shirt.
when are we going to take DMT?
I don't know. It's illegal in Texas.
When's the last time you took DMT?
It's been a while.
When?
Been a little bit. More than a month.
Took him with Governor Abbott?
No! How dare you?
All right.
Alex Jones just made that up, ladies and gentlemen. That's why he's banned off of YouTube.
That's called
propaganda.
a joke.
Propaganda.
He harassed the governor.
Are you on Parler?
We got some things on there, but not about me. You were on Spotify, so you made the decision.
Yeah.
It'll obviously.
Well, Spotify. Listen, here's the thing. Daniel, who's the CEO of Spotify, the founder, the guy who created it,
who I'm dating,
is a really nice guy. I met him, had dinner with him.
Who I'm dating.
What'd you call him?
I'm dating him.
You're dating him? I didn't know.
It's fake news.
Oh. Did someone tell you or do you tell them?
It's all part of it.
Anyway, really nice guy. And he's been listening to the show forever. So he wanted this to happen and had dinner with him. Really nice guy. And the idea of being attached to a company that wants you to succeed and doesn't like, the problem with something like YouTube is like, we don't have like a deal together. It's not like we're homies, you know, like I've been on YouTube for a long time, but we never got tight. We never broke bread. We never had a steak together. We never hugged. With
YouTube, it's like a glory hole. It just comes out. You don't know who's there. No, but now you're married to Spotify.
But I don't have a bad feeling about
Spotify's
YouTube
giving
either.
you the big enchilada.
But YouTube's not bad, man. It's not bad. It's like, and there was some discussion where like, you know, they were like, what happened? And it's the problem is
but I remember, I don't want to tell the story. Say nine, or I'll say it's fake news if you want me to, but you're like, man, I'm really pissed that they're banning all these doctors and hospital heads.
Yes.
Criticizing cover. That was kind of, you said,
know
my
why?
last straw.
You know why? Because YouTube has the capability of having a response video. So what I personally think would be the best, you have to assume.
Have a debate. I agree.
Yes. You have to assume that if you decide to ban a video, that people are going to find out you banned the video. And if people decide you ban the video, they're going to want, well, what were you afraid of? They're going to listen to the response and they're going to be angry.
But let people decide.
Let people decide. Let people decide. And it could be easily
But let's
done.
go back to that. So this is a key moment. I remember talking to you. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You're like, I've made the decision. I'm coming to Texas. I'm done over the censorship. I exaggerated. So you're going to war with YouTube. That was me flourishing it. But you were pissed that they were banning doctors off YouTube.
Well, it wasn't.
You told me.
Yes. It was one of the things I was pissed at.
A lot of, you said a lot.
It was many, 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 many things I was
Then
pissed
let it
at.
out now.
Well, okay.
Nothing against YouTube.
This is the ideological perspective. The idea that they would decide that these doctors, not only was what they're saying inaccurate, but also it wasn't worthy of being on the network. There was no room for debate. And I think that if these people were incorrect, and they may have very well been incorrect, the best response.
They're humans. Let them have their speech.
The best response, I personally believe, was to have people maybe have an obligation to explain why they were wrong and explain it very cautiously and carefully and very kindly. I understand why you would think this, but this is why that's not right. And here's what we can show you, and here's what we know. And this is the
You're
best.
for an open debate?
Yes, I am. And the best path forward. The problem is, I think that it's with good intention that they deleted the video. They're like, we're going to stop this. This is bad for people. This is propaganda. This is negative. This is really, it's going to cause
the Russians.
It's propaganda. And they deleted it thinking they were doing good. But what they're doing is they're giving people this feeling of despair. That even if they're wrong, that their voice is never heard. They're not corrected, nor are they giving them a chance to correct themselves. They're just banning them.
But it turns out,
because it's more convenient.
What they said about don't innovate people, it's not 4% dying, it's less than 1/10 of 1%.
Right.
It turns out it was all true.
But they didn't know that. The thing is, when it initially hit and we were panicking, everyone. And I talk to like serious.
No, I agree with you, but I'm saying
medical
now
doctors.
they're still censoring people.
Yes.
There's Senator Paul he's a doctor.
Rand Paul, and he's had coronavirus.
He says it's not as bad as they say.
He had it.
He says it's a real thing, but they're banning him when he criticizes it.
He actually suffered from the virus, which is even crazier.
Yeah, and he said it's a real thing, and yeah.
But it's because we've gotten trapped. Instead of trying to figure out what's the real frequency, what is the danger level? Is it 2 or 3?
You just said it. That's what is the frequency?
Or
how do we get humanity?
Are we at 11? Because sometimes some people are saying we're at 11, and other people are like, we're 2. We're at 2. This is not good.
So what I'm asking you is, how do we all? We still have free will, but we get on the best frequency for humanity. How do we get?
Alex, we got to abandon this idea that there's teams. This team mentality of right, left, even libertarians. This is just the XFL of ideology. It's the same. It's just some new kind of team.
No, I agree with you.
We
from
got
a
to
high
abandon
level.
it.
But what about high level? I agree. But how do you then? You got to have struggle.
All of us. You say you agree at high level, but I think it.
So how do you not have struggle? Like you got to have competition, though.
Yes.
I get it becomes ideological, but how do you?
Yes, you do have to have competition. It's important for innovation.
So how do we have competition without it turning into war?
Well, you have to have people that aren't bitches. You have to have men that understand that I'm good. You have to have people that understand that whatever your idea is, it's not you. It's just an idea. And if you really care about people, and if you really care about the future, you want the right idea to get through, not your idea, not the idea that you've committed to. You want the
open-mindedness is good, but how do you finally choose an idea? At some point, you got to choose an idea.
You don't have to. Says who?
Okay, well then, what's the equilibrium?
You figure out what is accurate. You don't have to choose an idea. You start with an idea that you think is most likely to be accurate, and then as you get older and as you recognize like more and more of the pitfalls of what's right and wrong, and who says and who's making the metric. And
you should gauge all systems. I agree with that. That's what I do. That's what I do. I look at everything.
If you don't,
I just see America as so superior to communist China, or so superior to Russia, or Angola. I'm just like, I don't worship America, but God, it's the way better than all this other stuff. And my ancestors all fought for it, so I'm on board with it.
You know what Eddie Bravo said to me once? He's like, there's no meth advocates. He goes, you got a lot of weed advocates, a lot of people who smoke weed. Like, bro, I'm telling you, maybe a better person, maybe more relaxed, maybe nicer, maybe cooler. No one says, dude, meth was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Nobody said.
Eddie Bravo had this whole routine he would do about meth heads. And he's right. You know why? Because overall, it doesn't work, right? Overall, we can all agree that meth is
it's like communism is like meth.
Yeah.
And capitalism is like sunshine.
But there's a lot of people that have done
That's
Adderall.
a quote.
A lot of people have done Adderall and made a goddamn good living, Alex Jones. So Adderall is like the fucking next door neighbor to meth.
You know,
and there's a
people that have taken
lot of people.
A lot of it, a lot of the amphetamines don't work. You're right. I talked to folks.
Yeah.
Adderall is a different animal.
It's a different animal. Yeah, my wife took a half of one and cleaned her whole fucking closet. She's like, holy shit. And I was like, what's it like? She's like, keep it away from me. Yeah. Like there's a lot of people that they do that. Like there's a lot of journalists, man, a lot of writers in particular. Boy, I have a lot of friends that are writers. They're good people, but they're like, when I write, if I just do like a hit of Adderall, I get a much better result. I have a deadline. I have a fucking article that I have to get in.
For me, what I read is the sex is better.
Woo!
Yeah. So,
yeah, I can imagine. Like, isn't that a thing? Coke sex, right?
Man, I've only taken cocaine like 6 or 7 times. Some in high school, some in college, a little later. Every time, kind of like I've been in a car wreck. I was kind of really awake for like 5 minutes, and then I'm depressed and feel horrible. That is the worst drug ever, man.
Well, I've been fortunate to never experience it, but I have friends that have loved it and friends that have hated it. And the problem with anything that you do where you're interacting with your neurochemicals, Like you're deciding to go up or down, up or down.
I just know cocaine. I absolutely hate cocaine. I mean, I just.
It's also it's not regulated. Like who cut it?
Well, exactly. What are they?
Where are you
mixing into
getting
that?
it from? Who's the guy?
Well, no, I
that
mean, I've never
found
been a big
it?
drug person, but I'll admit
Right.
the times I took methamphetamine a few times, like stayed up for a day, that threw up, hated it.
You know what they should have?
Cocaine, hated it.
They should have an uncut video of your plant where the coca is grown and then follow it right to the factory.
That'd be a great documentary.
And then follow it right to the processors. And then follow it right to the people that take it across the border, hidden in a muffler, and follow it into Tijuana, and then follow it to Beverly Hills. And then it opens up. It's like a 48-hour video.
Joe, you have
It's you in the driveway
absolutely
shaking hands with that person.
I'm not going to cut this loose. I want you to keep going for hours, but you're on fire. Why am I so blessed? Because I'm a Joe Rogan stalker for a long time. I'll be honest.
Bro, we're friends.
I knew a lot of big Hollywood stars over the years. A lot of big. I was in a few movies.
Where's Charlie Sheen? I want to hang with that dude.
Or I know Keanu Reeves and all those guys. You know more than I do.
How's Charlie Sheen doing?
Not too well. You are the zookeeper.
The Zookeeper.
I love that movie with you.
Oh,
I love it, dude.
I was Kevin James' friend. Oh no, this is
You're the asshole husband.
No, I was the boy. I was the
the boyfriend,
ex-wife.
It's funny, dude. It's great.
Something like that.
The point,
Leslie Bibb.
The point is that I never cared about those, but Joe, you always had energy. So that when I hung out with you in LA or wherever, it was always fun because you just like, I was like, this guy's got energy. This is Joe fucking Rogan. And it was like, I just always thought of you like, I knew all these famous people, been at these big parties, just like you've been at more than I haven't been. I was like, I know Joe Rogan. Like I interdimensionally knew like 20 years ago, 15 years ago, like, you already done a bunch, but I was just like Joe Rogan. It's a true story.
There's no way to answer that correctly.
What was the question?
There's no question. Yeah, no, we've known each other for a long time. You've taught me a lot of things, and this is very important. Like I said earlier on the show about people using other departments or other law enforcement or whatever to start smashing polite protests and turning them into violent protests. Like until you showed me all that stuff about agent provocateurs, I really had no idea that anybody would ever think like that. I had this naive perspective that I think a lot of people have, that people that are in government and people that are in leadership, they really just want the best for the citizens. And when I watched that video, I remember thinking like really clearly, like, wow, this is also possible.
Joe, I can tell you, I know a lot of people that are actually involved when that happened. They had been in the military, been in combat. Some of them had like body parts blown off. They just get an order from the president. They've already followed orders to kill people. They've already followed orders to do things they believe. And like, they're just like, they get an order, they do it. They're the most, you understand? Because like the only power they've got is they follow the order. They follow the order. You can say like, well, you're bad. No, that's really strong at following order. Like to finally submit your will to something. And those very people are like, that's why we know about this, Joe. Those people told me.
Well, even government agencies sometimes will like feud with other government agencies.
So much is infighting.
CIA might have like a dispute with the FBI.
It's not just that. It's like 7 factions of the CIA, 12 factions of the FBI.
Yeah.
And that's what they can like. It's all just like factions. Like,
and they're trying to win, right? Trying to get contracts, trying to get influence,
you'll have one group that's just trying to like do good things.
Yeah.
And there's always a group that's blackmailed and like being threatened. It's like there's like half of it's people that will never be threatened or never back down, but they're all compartmentalized. And then the evil's all compartmentalized too. It's like a schizophrenic thing, man. It's
yeah. No, I know what you're saying. I think what we were talking about earlier about people with left versus right, I think that kind of applies to everything. There's a real problem with our internal programming where, when we were cave people, we were tribal and it's stuck. It's stuck in our system. It's stuck in
if you didn't stick together, you were dead.
It's so important. Like in movies, like what's one of the most important themes in movies if you want a hero? Like loyalty, right? Loyalty, going back to save their friends, going back to get the person that got shot, throw him over your shoulders. Yeah, that's a real man. Like this all like ingrained in our DNA, you know? And
well, I know this. I've had a bunch of family involved in stuff, and they were loyal Americans. And one of them said to me, he said when I was deathbed, he said there comes a time when you decide which side you're on. So he done all this stuff with the government, like shipped narcotics in the U.S., killed all these people, set up all this stuff in Latin America, and all this stuff. And there was finally this moment where the UN was loading orphans on flights to be flown to death. And he said, I can't be part of this. And they literally tried to kill him as soon as he did that. But he saved his soul. He didn't join it. And it was literally at that moment that they were literally the UN, which is on record, rounding up kids, running sex trafficking everywhere. It was at that moment where he came back and said, you can't do this. And they said, we'll destroy you. And they literally like attacked.
You said literally more than a 13-year-old girl.
Literally. This is literal. Because everybody, it's like an exclamation point.
I think you should have like an app where you have like 100 literally.
But it goes
for the whole year.
No, you have a trillion.
No.
I know. I overuse literally.
You get 100 literallys all year.
Literally.
And then you need to learn how to do better.
What's the new word for literally? Absolutely certified, bona fide, real.
Or just say, yeah, it's a good word. I'm just giving you shit.
I don't mind it. But imagine the whole point is if they think of gambling and money laundered drugs and things as the currency. No, it's children. Because once you get people to screw children or do illegal stuff with children, you've got their soul. And this is the real, like the Revelation says, they traffic in the souls of men. And that's
let's talk about this. Some people are going to hear what you just said and they're going to decide, oh, this fucking guy's crazy. But if you realize that there was an actual place where a guy named Epstein would fly in people and they would allegedly be around underage girls.
Pretty documented now.
Pretty documented. Imagine if someone told you that story. What would you believe? You'd be like, what happened? Oh, yeah, like scientists, politicians, all of them. They got them together, took pictures.
But that's what they do. There's video right there to get people on board with all of this. That's what they do.
Now, is that temple supposed to represent a Jewish flag, the Israeli flag?
No, it's a Greek. No? The old Greece, you're defending Israel. You're covering up. I love that BS.
I like doing my podcast.
That's a Greek style temple, and that's what the old temples in Greece look like, which is based on Egypt.
Yeah. You know, my friend Donnell Rollins, he has a podcast called Too Soon with Donnell Rollins. I'm going to ask right now, how much would I have to pay to buy that place, do my podcast out of that? Like, is that too soon?
A little too soon.
A little too soon. Yeah.
But my whole point is
that like, who's going to move into that?
Is Little St. James or something? What's the name?
Whatever it is. Who's going to move into that spot? Like, imagine if that comes on the market. Hey, who wants to buy Epstein's Island?
But Joe, you're scared of real close intimacy because earlier you get mad and telling you a real personal story. You change the subject. So, what is the next chapter in the Joe Rogan Experience? Like, what is the vision? Just keep doing interview after interview.
No, I'm not scared of personal intimacy, and I enjoy it with you. Because we've known each other forever, and I think I do think that I what I was saying earlier, I really believe. I think that like people have to stop just getting mad at you for something that happened a long fucking time ago, and accept that there's a weirdness to being a person, and people grow and they change and they fuck up and they make amends and they.
No, that's totally true. But I'm saying you got the biggest talk show. There's no doubt, heads above anybody else. Biggest talk show in the world, 7.5 billion people. I'm asking.
Have you not listened to the Alyssa Milano show? Do you not?
No. But I see the statistics. I subscribe to all the federal and state and corporate metrics.
It's a joke.
No, I don't. Melissa
Terrible
Milano,
one.
I don't know the joke. Tell me.
It's a joke.
Well, fulfill me in.
It's not really
Melissa
a joke.
Milano.
Alyssa
fake
Milano?
feminist, fake.
No. Who's the boss? Remember that show?
Tell me the story.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
No, Joe, I'm not mad.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
So-
I was joking around. My point being, I understand what you're saying, but like I said earlier, you can't really think about it, because if you think about it, you'll stop doing it the same way, and then it'll stop being what it is. Like what it is like people want you to be honest and just like explore things you might not even know what the fuck you're talking about, but do it in an honest way. And if it sounds ridiculous, tell me.
But you were
tell me
saying
it sounds ridiculous.
3 hours ago, you were saying, be honest. I just wrote a list of what I wanted to ask. It wasn't dishonest.
How long have we been doing this? Oh my God, it's 7 o'clock.
We've been doing this like 3.5 hours. All right, you got to go. It's fine. But here, hey, the
Let's
whole world's
we got
watching.
another 15 minutes.
This should be a historic. Then just
Let's
stream
let's
of
bring this.
consciousness
Let's bring
right
this
into that.
home. Let's bring this home. Is that you or me? Who is that?
Oh my God.
That's a new dude.
Go back there, that shot. It's the new Joe Rogan.
That is not me, bro.
There-
That is not my logo. I don't know
That
what
is not
someone's
it.
doing there. That's outrageous. It's very that does not look like an in control person. That's a much more chaotic version of me.
I love you, Joe.
Whoo, Pink Trip's gonna have a field day with this one.
Joe. Let's just not have a Joe.
It was fun, right? We had a good
I want
time.
you to eat.
We talked about this for a while,
My
and we made it
enchilada.
happen. We made it happen. This
I
was
love you,
fun.
man.
I love
Dude.
you, buddy.
I would tell you, I've been like depressed and attacked a lot,
Oh.
and just being friends with you because I always loved doing.
Listen, what I said I mean, and what I said I mean about all of us, that it's not good to create conflict where it's not totally necessary.
No, but I was saying you've given me a lot of joy, and it'll make them attack you. But I'm just being honest. You give me a lot of joy. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you too,
You
man.
have. I love your show.
Listen,
I love
you're
your-
you're tireless in your pursuit of all this crazy shit, and whether you're right or you're wrong,
I meant well.
you meant well. I really do believe that. I really do believe that. And you're always the guy, like I can ask you about something. I'm like, wait, is this true? And you'll send me some shit. I'm like, what the fuck? And it's like mainstream sources like the AP.
Yeah, I'll
or-
send you.
Yeah. And I'm like, God damn. You and I have had, I don't know, countless conversations like this
Hundreds.
over the years.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm not even that smart. Here's what's crazy. They'll have AP, Reuters, New York Times actually say what's happening, and then mainstream TV says something totally different, and I'm reporting what they're saying. So what I'm saying is it's like this. They like admit it in their own publications, but it's not what gets promoted.
Yeah.
And then like I'm like saying what they're saying, and then they've got their political statement. It's very weird. Like,
Well,
what is that?
You've become an enemy, right? So if you're a person that has a rigid ideology, one way to enforce that rigid ideology is to have a very clear enemy. And if that clear enemy is a guy like you, they can say, well, anything Alex Jones says has got to be bullshit. So like you can say some things that are really true, but as long as they can get those ideas to you first, you can taint the water. As weird as that sounds.
No, you're right. Poison
You
the
know?
well. So no,
Yeah.
you're right. So you go, oh, Jones thinks he's a populist, a real
Mhm.
liberal. We'll just take him and take his name, make a new person, and then no
Well,
one
forget
will-
about you. Anything you espouse, like any news story that you say, hey, this is something worth investigating. This is maybe something that's real. Anytime a guy like you comes along with something like that, it's what are you looking for, Alex Jones?
Keep going, Jones.
Tobacco.
Yep.
It's easy to dismiss it. Like
High
if
point of my life right now.
someone's playing 3D chess, they might get ideas to you first. They might, you know what I would do? I'm gonna release this shit, even though it's true. I'm gonna release it to Alex Jones, and I'm gonna give him the scoop. So you come on and you give the scoop, and maybe that scoop is fucking super accurate, and maybe someone like me
but it's not
has-
taken seriously.
has to listen to that scoop while his friends are like, fuck Alex Jones or fuck this or that's nonsense. And, you know, Mitch McConnell said that and fucking this guy, the AOC says that's not true. And it's hard to wade through that fucking current of ideas
I agree. So let me tell you
to
the
get
story.
to reality.
I'm in Arizona 3 weeks ago. I got a call from the White House, high level.
High level.
Well, I mean, Trump's son. It's not a secret. I'll just say it's not about name dropping.
Too
And
late.
they go, you need to look into Dominion and Communist China and Switzerland and all this stuff. I go, call this guy. This guy calls me up from like this big company and tells me all this stuff. And so I hire a company to look at it. We get all the SEC documents. They're on InfoWars, all the news today. And like, I asked them, I said, why are you telling me this? And they go, we've chosen you as the conduit. I'm almost like, is that to discredit it? Because they've said I'm discredited.
Right.
But then
that's the thing. Like they can do that with someone. And they want to keep doing that with you. They don't want to stop doing that with you. Like there's a thing about like people never want to let people go, like I said earlier, like there's a snapshot that they'll take of you at your weakest moment. And they want to just like, that's you forever, bitch. And they want to like keep you in that spot.
But at the same time, it's in the SEC that China was involved with Dominion. I mean, so
yeah.
I was like,
the weird thing is the name Dominion.
Dominion.
Isn't that a weird
Dominion?
Isn't that a weird
Joe Rogan's Planet Dominion?
Weird name. Shouldn't it be like fair? This is fair election.
Dominion
software.
means domination.
Yeah. What does it exactly mean? Can we get a Google description?
Guys, look up the definition and the thesaurus of Dominion. Dominion means a dominated or controlled sphere of influence under an empire.
Terrible idea for a voting system. For a name.
So
it's a terrible idea for a name.
You can get any interview you want. Why have you not had Gorbachev, Arnold Schwarzenegger? Not that they're even big interviews.
Gorbachev is dead.
Is he?
Isn't he?
I think that's Yeltsin.
Mikhail Gorbachev?
Probably is dead.
Isn't Mikhail Gorbachev dead?
He might be. I missed it.
Bro, he was president in like 1980.
I'm asking Schwarzenegger. Why not Schwarzenegger? Who is not on your list? You've got everybody else.
It's going to sound like horseshit, but it's just the truth.
No, I know it is.
I don't think about who comes on. I don't worry. I just...
You decide.
I decide, but if interesting people want to do it, I'm happy to do it with interesting people. I don't care if it's someone that is a rock climber or a guy who makes knives or someone who is a comedian.
I agree. What's the, I want to hear this. What is the process, Joe Rogan, of like, you've got everybody wants to come on your show in the world, from everybody from Al Gore to Vladimir Putin.
It's really, and Al Gore, I don't think either one of those guys have asked to be on.
Oh, horseman.
But
everybody wants to.
They never asked to be on. But the point is that it's all just who I'm interested in. Who's going to talk to me about something that I think is fascinating, whether it's an anthropologist or a biologist or a mixed martial arts fighter or a boxer.
Because you turn a lot of stuff down. You turn a lot of stuff down.
Yeah. Well, it's not that I turn it down. It's that I gravitate towards what I'm interested in. It's not a negative towards those things. It's just like, I just have so many opportunities. I'm really lucky. There's a lot of people that want to do the show. So I just literally go on instinct. Like, oh, what is he saying? That human beings, like a version of human beings, is like way older than people think. And it's like it stood up on two legs. How long ago? Oh, yeah, bring that guy on. So I'll have that guy on. Or I'll have some scientist that's trying to explain quantum theory. He's like, he wants to explain to you the concept of this like eternal recreating universe where the universe experiences a big bang and then possibly expands to this infinite position and then retracts down to the size of like the head of a pin, which is what was before the big bang, and then does it again. And not only does it do it infinitely, but there's an infinite number of those same processes happening all throughout the universe. Like the universe is a constant array of big bangs, an infinite number of big bangs having entire universes compress out to their fullest expansion point and right back down to the center of like whatever the fuck it is before the Big Bang, and then boom, blow up again. And then it just happens over and over and over and over again. Every 16, 18, 20 billion, trillion years, whatever the fuck it is that it takes to get a universe to expand and contract again. That happens over and over and over and over again. And it's infinite numbers. Would you appreciate being Alex Jones any less?
Well,
if you knew that that's what this whole thing was all about. There's an infinite number of these solar systems and these universes all expanding to the point where there's no more sun. There's no more gaseous fireballs and then contracting down to nothing, down to the smallest fucking possible particle, and then boom, a whole new universe all over again.
Joe, I've known you 22 years. You've done an incredible job with your podcast, but what the hell just happened on your first day with Spotify? This is awesome. All right. I will shut this down because this is perfect as it gets. 4 hours of this, and we love you. But just any other fountains of information we should get?
No information. I think what we talked about is what we both feel. It's like we gotta figure out a way to just not be so married to our ideas and not be so instinctively tribal.
And I don't want
ultimately.
It's not that I don't want to fight with right wingers or left wingers because they're kicking my ass. I'm sick of the same process forever.
Mm-hmm.
It's like insanity. It's like
no. It 100% makes sense to me. You're sick of the squabble. Squabble's mostly unnecessary. It's better to just talk. And most of what the squabble is people going into it with anticipation of some sort of conflict and being like braced for it. And then also like unwillingness to like try to make some sort of like conscious decision to get along with the other person.
all right, back to silly stuff. I love Joe Biden. I want to marry him. Imagine Joe Biden set January 20th as a president. What do you expect in a year to happen with Joe Biden?
I hope he does great. I hope they fill that dude up with some experimental chemical that turns him to a 25-year-old. And he is the wisdom of an older man and the youth of a young man. I hope he appoints the people that are going to do the best work for the country. I could pretend to you that I understand the politics, and I could pretend that I have an idea like
but I get
what's
it.
the good or the bad, but I really don't know. No, honestly, like I really don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think anybody does. I think there's a lot of speculation. And I think that speculation is very valid.
What do you think Trump does out of office?
Waits for 2024. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
I think he comes back guns blazing. If this doesn't work out, they've kind of like entered into a weird situation. This is where I think, and this is not a partisan,
it's like a civil war. It's like an ongoing.
But this is also not a partisan position. But if you're playing a game, the problem is there's a lot of people that didn't vote, right? We're in this weird realm where like, what's the percentage of people that vote?
Usually it's about 60% in a national election, about 49% in an off-year election, up down to 40. But with the whole metric with Trump, they had an overturn of about 90% Democrat.
How many?
80% Republican turnout. Yeah.
How many? What?
They had 90% Democrat turnout.
90?
It's never happened before. It's statistically fake. It's a fraud.
90%.
It's a fraud proof. No, they just used all Democrat voters.
Right, but do you know that for a fact?
Look it up. No, they had like 87% of Democrats voted. Yeah.
So,
and
how many
fake,
Republicans?
Brother.
What's the
biggest
Republicans?
presidential election was 63%. No, it's never
That's
happened.
crazy.
No,
and
look
what's the Republicans?
80-something%.
Wow. God, that's so many.
Yeah, dude. Do you really believe that?
On both sides, though. Even on
Democrats
the Republicans.
were almost like they were 90-something and Republicans were 80-something. They can look at there it is. Voter turnout is estimated to be the highest in 120 years.
Jesus.
And some numbers are 18, 20.
But don't you think it's more popular to vote now than ever? Like there's more discussion about the importance of it.
And they made it
With
easier.
COVID.
Listen, here's the deal. I'm not an idiot. I know Trump's not perfect. I know it's all bureaucracy. I got persecuted under Trump. I'm just, it doesn't matter. I'm now Trump. So, Joe, they're coming after me regardless. I don't know how to get them to stop because it's all mindless.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think that what we're really all hoping for is someone who comes along who's a clear leader. Someone who comes along who's a clear representative.
Tulsi?
Yeah, Tulsi, I think, is the best example. You know, I thought Bernie had a better chance of getting passed through, being a senator from Vermont, a long time senator, and a guy who's like kind of the head of the progressive movement. I thought he would be the best opportunity, but even after 2016, they didn't want him again in 2020.
What about a Tulsi Paul, like Senator Paul?
That'd be amazing. Tulsi's amazing. I mean, she's bulletproof. If you look at what she's done, she's a person who's been a 6-term congresswoman, right?
She annihilated Kamala.
Well, it's the more important. Let's forget about what she said about other people. But what about what she's done? She's like, she served overseas twice in medical units. She has this white streak in her hair, and that she got from serving overseas, from being in these medical units and dealing with trauma patients. She developed this sort of white streak, and she keeps it in her hair as like this sort of like just a reminder of what she went through. She checks all the boxes. She's a woman of color. You know, she's
would you produce?
She's a veteran. She's a congresswoman. She's rock solid.
Would you marry her?
No, she's got a great man already. Alex Jones.
Are you gay for Tulsi Gabbard?
What? That doesn't even make sense.
That's
if I was a woman and they wanted to have a threesome, I might do it. If you wanted to think of yourself as a woman, who would you be, Alex?
Marilyn Monroe.
Really? Go back to the Kennedy days?
Kennedy's like.
Yeah. Would you like
John Kennedy?
Miss Joe DiMaggio?
This is very. How do you know this? Yes, I am Marilyn Monroe. I'm not Bill Hicks. I'm Marilyn Monroe.
Right.
I have sex with Joe DiMaggio.
What was the poet that she had a Henry Mailer? Was it Henry? Yeah, the screenwriter. She had like a playwright. She had a relationship with that guy too. Imagine being like the hot chick back in like 1963.
The cum dump.
Well, let's look at it in a respectful way, Alex. The hot chick back in 62 when there wasn't that many of them. You know, there wasn't no Instagram models.
Marilyn cum dump Monroe.
How dare you? You keep saying that.
The meme gold here is like beyond.
What's that?
This is like the meme gold is beyond it.
Meme gold? Okay. Well, I think we hit the wall.
No, we did. I didn't mean to talk bad about Marilyn Monroe. I think
I don't know her.
She's an angel.
Do you know her?
No, I don't.
You know what I used to always freak about? Jane Mansfield.
Shot.
She died in a car accident.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Joe, this has been a galactic level interview. Hey, we still went live at 3:30. It's 7:14. How long's out?
Outrageous. Outrageous, Alex.
Joe, this is almost like I am very honored that when you got here, you said, I'm ready to release it all. So 5 minutes of pure rant at that camera right there.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Joe Rogan, let's get ready to rumble.
Alex.
Joe Rogan.
Alex, this podcast is so old. We need to just end this. Let's just end this. We did it.
We did it right there.
We nailed it.
Your final statement.
Let's dismount.
Hey, last question.
Thank you, buddy. You got another question? You don't have another question. You're faking it.
I have hundreds of questions. Okay, fine. If you want to end it, that's fine. But I think
this fucking show is over, man.
You say so? If you say so, it's true. Joe, last thing. What is the secret of the universe? And what is I have to ask this question. What is your spirit animal?
That's so ridiculous. Like, what is your favorite kind of aluminum siding? And what's your favorite psychedelic drug? Those are unrelated.
All right, what is your favorite psychedelic drug?
I don't have a favorite. What was your question?
This is a mind trick. I'm trying to say it right now. What is your spirit animal?
I don't have one. I think that's nonsense.
I know.
But I do have a thing. I do have a theory.
Grizzly bears?
No. I think we're weirdly connected to animals by occasional.
Well, that's a little thing.
I think there's occasional memories. I had a dream once. It's a weird dream. And I had it years ago.
We were married.
But it was one of the most intense dreams I've ever had in my life. And this dream, maybe even 15, 20 years ago, I don't remember when I had it, but I remember keeping it with me. I had a dream where I was some kind of animal, like a wolf or something. Like I couldn't see myself, but I could see other animals like me around me. And it was in a rainforest. And the rain was pouring down. It was pouring down. And there was some sort of an animal like a deer. And we were looking at this animal that was like a deer. And we could smell everything. We could smell the rain and the trees And it was an intensity of the smell that I never experienced in my life. Like I never knew a thing could smell like it smelled. And we were all looking at each other, me and these other animals, and we saw that deer thing, whatever it was. And that deer thing looked at me, and it locked eyes on me, and I felt its nervousness, and I felt its terror and its fear. And then I woke up. And I woke up sweating. I woke up like, holy shit, what was that? I felt like I was climbing over logs 100,000 years ago. I felt like I was some sort of an animal that lived, millions of years ago.
You
Who
were the
fuck
wolf.
knows? I think that if human beings used to be shrews, right? If you follow what they believe about what happened after the giant asteroid collided with the Yucatan and killed all the dinosaurs, they think that there was like a shrew. And then this shrew evolved to become a human being. This is the most common theory about how a human being came around.
I believe it, yeah.
Like along the way, we had to be something else. We had to be some wild shit. Like what were we before we were some kind of a primate? What were we? If we used to be a shrew and then we became a primate, like what are the steps along the way? Like what are the interbreedings? What's the possibility?
We're the aliens. Let's just admit it. We're the big galactic creature, and we're here, and it's going on.
Dude, that's my number one fear about what aliens are. My number one fear is that this is a pattern. And that if you create biological life, like biological life on this planet exists within like a fairly narrow temperature span, right? It can be like 30 degrees below zero or 130 degrees. Like that's what you get, right? Like that temperature span. That's a really small window in terms of the universe. So imagine if that's the only way you get biological life like this. And then all
we're
around
radioactive war goblins. We're like by a star, like bred up next to it, full of radiation.
I know.
I love it.
True.
You don't,
we are.
don't you, Joe?
But that's also why we got past like the fucking Roman Empire and the Greek Empire and the Mongols and the fucking all the various like conquerors and Romans and all the crazy shit has happened throughout history and barbarians and attacks and the Inquisition. Like there's a certain amount of that struggle that almost has to take place for human beings to reach their ultimate like end state, whatever that is.
Because all our ancestors did this, and now, Joe, we're here together today. It's happening. It's like this is a big. I think you picked up today. You said it. You were the one. This is big today, Joe. This is a ritual of humanity.
Do that thing with your hand again?
Yes.
What's the ritual?
No, we're here together talking about humanity.
Well,
what we've done. No, it's true.
It will work better with people. It will work better with people if we
great
abandon
lines of human future together. All of us together are here tonight.
Yeah. Oh, well, for all of us, even lines, and even thinking about it like that, like I think we got to abandon teams. I don't think it's good for anybody.
That's what I'm saying.
We also have to abandon conflict. It's not good. Like when you're in conflict, even if you think you're beating down something that is opposed to your view of the world, and I completely understand why you would think that's valuable. The problem is when you're involved in conflict about opinions and ideas, and you get like real vehement about like how you pursue what you think is true, and they get fucking aggressive about what they think is true. You've created this like fucking wall.
No, I get it.
It's hard for
parlay,
people. It's
make a deal.
Ego is hard for people to
What's
abandon.
the agreement?
People have to be a lot of what they think.
Making a deal. What's the deal?
Well, a lot of what people
How many
think
universes we get?
It's not that. It's like a lot of what people think of on the left or the right is like a reaction to what they think the left is going to think of or the right is going to think of, what their opposition or their supporters are going to think of. It's a fucking weird game that happens with people and the way we view the world. And a lot of
it's not the universe
people's
unlimited.
Right. A lot of people's identity is wrapped up in these conflicts. And I think a lot of these conflicts are ill-advised and
But
they
if
don't
we give
help.
up our identity, whose identity's in charge?
Well, here's the problem. If people give up their identity, it's going to get boring. If they just decided,
giving up our identity.
well, a lot of people are like really attached to the idea of conflict within like whatever they are. You know, if they're right wing, they're really interested in conflict with left wing people that want to fucking come after them. Fuck you, liberals.
In war.
Not necessarily even in war, but just in opinions, just in ideology.
But isn't conflict war?
Some conflict is war, but other conflict is just a disagreement or an argument. It's just the idea is that there's a lot of people that have a preconceived notion of how people that oppose what they've adopted as their perspective, what those people think. Those opposed people, fuck them. I gave my life for this. And it could be with anything. It could be with sports. It's people who like baseball over basketball. It's like people are weird, man. They like snooker over pool. You know, they don't believe in cars that don't have manual transmissions. People are nuts.
Here's a good thing.
They get
Joe.
real weird.
We have lived to see the fucking crazy town. Have a drink.
I got a drink,
Get it
man.
right there.
Yeah, it's right here.
Now, why are you? Here's the thing. I watch your show a lot, and I know what's going on. You are on fire tonight. You're going crazy here in this space right now. Why here? Why this now?
Alex, we talked about this. We're going to have fun. I wanted to be here to have fun.
I get it, brother. I love it.
Yeah, like legitimately. That's it. Have fun. And I think also what we said, there's a benefit in it. And I'm open to criticism. I'm 100% aware of that, you know, people have opinions that disagree with my opinions and they're diametrically opposed to some of the things I stand for. I understand it. But what I really believe that we would all be way better off if we would, I know it's hard to do, but take the ethic of attempting to abandon your connection between what you believe and who you are.
No, Joe, I agree with you, but here's my thing. My command is power to the human species. Power.
Yeah.
Power.
What I'm saying
power.
is
Power.
a tool.
Power.
It's a tool to power.
What I'm saying is my genetic code is my people. All these generations are with me right now, and we have to have victory.
Yeah.
We're building stuff. We have to live. Power. So I'm telling you is all I know is the enemy says don't be powerful. We have to be powerful. We have to build. We're gonna.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is the enemy is being tricked into thinking it's the enemy, and it's not by any grand force.
So what does it want humanity
overseer
to take over the universe?
These are natural. I think these are natural human instincts to be tribal. We like to differentiate.
I want humanity to be to fucking take over.
But I think I understand that you're saying this, but I think you have a lot of time to think about this, and I think there's a lot of people that don't have that time to think about this. And what's most attractive is some sort of a system they can adhere to that's going to give them, like, most likely, like if they had a gamble, like this more of a percentage of success.
I get
this
that.
ideology. That's what a lot of people do.
Lead to Valhalla.
No, I don't think. Well, they don't believe in that. You know, that's another part of the problem.
I get it. No, like Bill Gates said, "Oh, don't worry." The Japanese TV goes, "This is going to kill people." He goes, "It's for other countries." Now, you know, the president goes, "Oh, well,
I don't know if exactly what you said is representative of what was said. Yeah.
How many times have I told you?
A lot. But when you go down crazy town,
he was on Japanese
I gotta let
TV.
you know. I don't have a map.
Okay, he said
of
it.
The territory.
He said it more defended. He goes,
"Yes."
On Japanese TV, they go, vaccine caused damage. People don't like it. Blah, blah. He goes, but they claim you want to depopulate. He goes, Japan, China, the United States are not the target. We have special vaccines for other countries. He goes, oh, yes, sir. Oh. I mean, it was like,
he said
big
that?
deal. Yeah, dude.
Can I see that? Can you show me that? I've done this because I got to pee again.
Let's take a piss. I'll find it. We'll do it right now.
I'd say it's an ironic if you take somebody who's doing their best to get the world ready and, you know, putting, in my case, billions of dollars into these tools for infectious diseases and really trying to solve broadly infectious diseases, including those that can cause pandemics. But that, you know, we're in a crazy situation, so there's going to be crazy rumors. I hope, whether it's individuals or countries, that in some ways this shows us how interdependent we are, that to stop a global pandemic, we need to find whoever's the best, whatever the best vaccine construct are, the best drugs, and we need to make it without just focusing on one country. We need to make it for the entire world, including for countries that don't have the resources to pay for vaccine research or vaccine factories. They're actually, in many ways, should be the priority for what we do.
Remember, don't worry, be happy, everything's going to be all right. Over and over, we're told, let the technocracy spy on you. Let big tech control what you do. They will never abuse their power. They will never hurt you. And just as soon as they got their global AI grid in, they used communist China as the beta test to sell the world on a dystopic martial law lockdown. When it all started 8-9 months ago, I told you it's never going to end. They're never going to turn loose this power. They're going to make you have internal passports on your phones to leave your house, to have a job, to travel. They're going to add more and more restrictions on of how you get that travel pass. Remember The Running Man, Schwarzenegger movie in the mid-'80s, written by Stephen King about a future police state? Watch that movie and then compare it to today. We are in the absolute brand, the absolute mold of a classic authoritarian dystopic nightmare. We've got to reject this now before it's cemented. Joe, we've been going almost 4 hours minus the breaks. Who knows how long?
We peaked 3 times.
We are here
It's been mad.
in Los Angeles, California.
We're not in Los Angeles.
I'm joking. We're in Austin.
We're at the Alex Jones. You look like me. I'm so confused at that photo on the wall, the spinning Alex Jones experience. I thought that wasn't me. I thought they found me in a weird picture. And then I thought that they merged me with you. I'm not, that's really close.
I haven't seen this yet. I don't know who made this.
It's really close.
I just walked in there. So you won't come on and plug Spotify, but tell us you're now exclusively on Spotify.
About
anybody
come on to plug Spotify?
Anybody go to Spotify.
Yes,
you're the top thing on there.
Spotify is where the podcast is from now on. Today's December 1st, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the first day. So from now on, it's only on Spotify. This will be some clips that'll be on YouTube, and that's it. Everything is on Spotify.
But I like that diversification. So I started the show with this, and I'll end it with this. When was it you just finally said, oh, there isn't a moment you did it. When did you decide to sign the Spotify contract and do this?
After having dinner with them and talking to them about what they wanted to do. They just wanted me to keep doing what I'm doing, the way I'm doing it. They knew and I knew, and we all knew there's going to be people that misrepresent some of the things I say or take them out of context or decide that I'm a this or I'm a that. And it's the nature of the internet. It's the nature of free speech. It's the nature of having social media platforms. You're going to get people that like you and people that don't. But they had a vested interest in the show doing well, as opposed to like being on any other platform. And this is not a negative thing to say about YouTube. Like, it's been amazing. I really don't have that many problems. They put your podcast on every time you and I did a podcast. I let them know I'm going to do a podcast with Alex Jones. And they were like, okay. And they let it happen.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, I don't want to praise Spotify and get them in trouble, but I saw what they said. They said Jones didn't say what they said. Right. We believe in free speech.
Well, there was a lot of people that got tricked. They got tricked into thinking that the podcast was something other than what it was. And they read someone else's description. And more people do that than listen. Because, we did 3 hours plus, right? How many? It was like 320 or something like that. Yep. Something crazy. There's no way they listened. There's someone they don't like for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Like, why would they do that?
So who is the big interview you want? You haven't got?
I don't have one.
Oh,
legitimately.
Would you interview Trump?
Maybe one day.
Joe Biden?
No.
Why?
I don't want to get involved. First of all, I don't want to be the guy that has a podcast with Joe Biden where it goes bad. I'm not interested. I don't want to challenge him on anything. I wish him nothing but the best. I hope that, look, they're supposed to be the president and the vice president. I'm an American. I want them to figure it out. I'm not ideologically opposed to them nailing it and being the best president and vice president ever. I hope they nail it. So that's my perspective.
Let me close out on this. I know Joe.
Strong shot.
Yes, sir. Would stay here for another hour with us, but I respect him and his free speech and he's real. This guy's pro free speech. When they were totally trying to destroy me 2 years ago, he spoke out against it. He had the head of Twitter on. He confronted him face to face, and he's here today proving he's for free speech and kicking ass on Spotify and everywhere else. Joe Rogan.
Well, Alex, I think we should all be for free speech. I don't think free speech means that we agree with everything that other people say. I think it has to come with an understanding of
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying
it has to come with an understanding of human beings, right? It's like, it's not just say, I demand free speech. It's also, I demand free speech and I understand human beings. And I know
exactly
that
our process.
You can't label people absolutes. You can't turn them good or bad or make them binary or a 1 or a 0. Because if you do, they become your enemy. They become your opposition. And then you just fucked up a resource and turned it into a problem.
I'll say this in closing, man. This is an incredible show. Best thing I've done like since I started 27
That's
years.
outrageous.
Oh, it's true. No, Joe, it's true. This show is one of the best I've ever done. I'm way proud of the Trump interview or any of those. Let me ask you this then. How does humanity transcend the crisis? How do we come together? How do we not keep doing the same thing over and over again?
We have to change the way we think about things and the way we behave. That's the most important thing. You know, change the way we think about things, and that, like, instead of like looking at these ideologies that we ascribe to, that we decide that we're a part of, look at ourselves as just one group of people. They're just living, and don't, like, there's a real problem in deciding I'm a this or I'm a that, because these things are so clearly defined, and we're really susceptible for like finding patterns that are already neatly grooved that we can slide into, whether it's a religion or you know, a political designation or a distinction or whatever the fuck it is that you decide that you're gonna, you know, I'm a vegetarian or I'm a vegan, I'm a libertarian. There's a lot of these, and they're perspectives, and you can argue those perspectives based on their merit, but there's also a weird part of being a person that like makes us real susceptible for finding groups of people that agree with what we agree with.
So let me ask you this.
Weird little cults.
Is it just weird coincidence you came here tonight? Because Joe, you do a great job on your own show and you've been open, but this is going to be a big interview. This is huge right now. Why here tonight on InfoWars? Why
not? Why not? Why not? What is this? Why or why not?
Oh, I hear you.
Why not? Why not? It's fun. It's fun to do. I think what we were talking about is important too. I really do. I think we got to figure out how to be nicer. That's it. It's not that hard. It's not. It seems like you're asking a lot, but not really. Like, if people could just figure out how to be nicer and how to like just talk.
Because there's unlimited resources.
And also, this is the thing about being married to an idea versus just arguing or debating whether or not it's correct. Like, if you decide that your ego is attached to you being right, you fucked everybody. You've made it a problem for everybody. You made it a problem for you. You made it a problem for the guy that's opposing you or the girl that's opposing you. And you've made it a problem for everybody you know, because now you're never going to tell them the truth. So whatever you learn from this, you're going to distort because of your ego, because you wanted to be correct about whatever it is, whether it's something that's a hard science or something that's like a social issue that's open-ended and debatable, or whether it's a political issue that's debatable. Like, there's a lot of things that are debatable. If you decide that you're right and that your identity is connected to this thing, like, it's a real problem. It becomes a real problem.
It's like you said, like Joey Diaz said, you want me to show you the devil? It really comes down to that.
Yeah, but that's different. The devil, Joey Diaz, will show you. You never get out of that hell. Woo! Some people never got out.
All right. Well, I've been on air 27 years. And Joe Rogan, I want to thank you for everything. I want to tell you, this is the best 4 hours I ever spent. Thank you so much, my
That's
friend.
what's outrageous about this world. That's what's outrageous.
What is it?
This could be your best show. This was nonsense.
No.
You and me talking nonsense, smoking tobacco, drinking apple juice.
And keep going. Yeah, that's not. Hey, the Tyson Jones fight was overhyped. Go back to your wife.
A few moments, I must leave. But
right.
The Tyson Jones fight was not overhyped. It just maybe underwhelmed certain people's
Jones
ideas and expectations of what was going to happen. but you're dealing with a 51-year-old and a 54-year-old. I thought Tyson looked amazing. I think Jones did a really good job of protecting himself.
No, I agree. Jones played the technical game, though.
He had to. He had to tie him up. But Tyson, there was moments where Tyson was like bobbing left and right. And I was like, oh shit, he looks good. And he's throwing nasty punches to the body. It was interesting. You know, it was really interesting.
No, I'm not against the fight. I saw Jones, protecting himself.
Well,
They shouldn't have done that then. Put somebody up that can attack Tyson.
Well, he's a masterful boxer, and he wanted to fight Mike Tyson back when he was the heavyweight title holder.
Then he should have stood up toe-to-toe then.
He won, but you can't fight that guy.
No, but then you want to fight, you don't go toe-to-toe.
But here's the thing. Let me tell you.
Joe, you'd probably beat my ass right now. If I got in a fight, I go toe-to-toe.
Jesus, settle down. They changed the rules on that fight, like real close to the actual fight time. They changed it from 3-minute rounds to 2-minute rounds.
I saw that.
And Roy was very upset because Roy was like, I need 3 minutes because 3 minutes, I can get him tired. I can drag him into the later round.
Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah. And he felt like with 2-minute rounds, it changed what Tyson's output could be because you can kind of sprint more with 2-minute rounds than with a 3-minute round. And Roy felt like he needed like 3-minute rounds because he's a smaller guy. So it was, it was weird because they were trying to make sure these guys are safe, right? So they put together this fight. They said there's
political correctness.
No knockouts, no decisions. They're like, if the fight comes to an end, it'll be a draw.
Participation trophies.
They both got a belt. There's a lot of weirdness. They treat them like they were little kids, which is weird. You get two of the greatest of all time.
Like super badass black dudes, and they get participation trophies.
You have Roy Jones Jr., who's without a doubt in my top 5 pound-for-pound fighters in the history of the sport. He was amazing in his prime. He was spectacular. He was stunning. He was so fast. He was so unorthodox. If you follow boxing, Roy Jones Jr. didn't even throw a jab. He threw a leaping left hook. He was so fast that he would dive in and left hook dudes. It was crazy. Like no one knew how to prepare for it because his left hook was so good and so weird because most guys like let off the jab and Roy would just be moving around and just.
He had Tyson a few of those too.
Well, listen, they're both way past their prime, but he wanted that fight when he was in his prime. When he had beaten John Ruiz for the heavyweight title, he wanted to fight with Mike Tyson, but it never materialized for whatever reason. There's always promoters and weird shit. So these guys had talked about going after it for a long time. So by the time they actually did fight, even though they were 51 and 54, it was still like these guys have been thinking about what would happen if they fought for 20 years, probably.
No, I agree. I think watching the fight, they cared about each other as friends. There was not hate. There was no hate.
No hate. You could tell that there was one moment where there was a perceived foul and Mike Tyson apologized to Roy. Like he touched him. Was like, I'm sorry. And they both like, it's cool. And they went back to each other's corners. So like
just have a real fight. You got to have hate.
Yeah. Well, it's not that it's not a real fight. It's a real fight between two men who deeply respect each other. And one of them is
I respect that.
51-year-old multiple division world champion. And the other one is one of the greatest heavyweight champions of all time. So like they're in a weird fraternity that you and I could never understand.
And they didn't want to beat the shit out of the other guy.
Well, they wanted to win, they for sure wanted to win, but there was also a deep amount of respect. And, I was happy that no one got hurt. I was happy that it made it to the 8 rounds and no one got hurt. But I do think it's a different fight if you make 2-minute rounds. I think Roy had a really good point there. Their whole careers, they've been training and fighting, competing in 3-minute rounds. So like 2 minutes is a different thing. It's like you have a totally different strategy.
Joe, I don't want to end this, but you got to go. I feel like I'm in another dimension right now. What the hell? I feel like, you not feel this? I feel like this whole day has kind of been a little crazy. I'm just saying, it's like the clouds are like this.
Yeah, there's been a lot of clouds out there.
You don't agree with me? It's a little
No, I think every day, I'm a fucking weird person. I think every day is crazy. I really do. Every day I get up that I'm me. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, here we go. Keep doing it every day. Just bizarre as hell. Just to be me. So like a day where it's extra weird. Yeah, okay. Extra weird and the weirdest fucking life ever.
So your main mission is the next what is Joe Rogan like? What is Joe Rogan's ethos like? Joe Rogan, like every morning, like Joe Rogan wakes up, first thing in his head. What is it? Is it like an enchilada? Is it a
Alex Jones? Your final question is preposterous. We must end this.
All right, fine.
It's enough.
All right, fine. It's
Bro,
done.
it's almost 8 p.m.
So you won't give us the answer.
There's no answer.
When you wake up in the morning,
only
what is the
questions.
first thing you see?
I have coffee and then I work out. That's what I do. That's what I do in the morning.
But when you first wake up, what do you first see?
Light? I don't know. The fuck kind of weirdo question is this?
All right, I love you.
I
All
love
right,
you too, buddy.
That's
All right.
it for the most. You can find Joe Rogan at Spotify
Yes.
exclusively.
Yeah, Alex Jones is a good person. Leave him alone. We're gonna be okay. All
Joe,
of
we
us
love
work
you.
together. Party on, Wayne. Party on, Garth. Keep it together, bitches. We're gonna be okay.
Jesus.
This
All right, so
you don't want
3:20
extra conflict.
to
It's
7
unnecessary.
Oh my God. Do I have 4 hours?
It's over.
All right.
Yeah.
Infowars.com.
Alex Jones. Infowars.com.
Joe, I love you. That was amazing. Come back more than every 2 years. That's fine.
All right, so this is the Red Pill Dispensary. I just want to let you guys know, if you're new to the channel, subscribe, thumbs up if you liked it. I just thought this was worth sharing with you guys because, it was banned everywhere. So, something like this being banned, I just thought it wasn't right, and I wanted to put it out there. Hopefully, I don't get no crap for it. But if something does happen to the channel, the backup channel, or the new backup channel, because I took on my other channel, is the Red Pill News Dispenser. But this is the Red Pill News Dispensary. Red Pill, signing off. Salute.